Iran executes champion wrestler in public despite U.S. warning and global outcry. Yeah. Musdabi Khamenei regime executes champion wrestler as Iran intensifies brutal crackdown during war. And we warned them not to do it. 19-year-old champion wrestler Saleh Mohammadi the Australian poet Amy, seen as barbaric, moved by the Iranian regime.
Hello, Mom. Oh, thank you. Thank you for complimenting my dress. Thank you, Mom. Hello, Mom. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you for joining, Mom. Oh, no, you're fine. I can understand that, Mom. Sometimes it glitches, and that happens. Sometimes it works that way. But no, I understand, Mom. Thank you for letting me know that you have to log off and then log back in. I understand. Oh, hello, Slay. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, hold on. Hold on for a second. Welcome in, Slay. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Oh, and thank you for um oh, forget what I was about to say. I love you too. Sorry, my brain wasn't processing. I don't know what's going on with me. Salve Soleil. Yeah, you're welcome, Soleil. I was reading your first comment. You said, "Hello, I love you, Miss G. Thank you for doing this today. You're doing an awesome job." Oh, thank you, Soleil. Sorry, my brain was not processing right. I don't know what's going on with me, but thank you for saying that, Soleil. Thank you for congratulating me. Of course. Oh, thank you, Soleil. Yeah, it's a brand new dress. Here, I'll show you. It's red, but as you can see, I have the Italian horn, the cross necklace, and then I also it's just more like a red dress with feathers on it. So I bought it. I think it's pretty. So I have lots more of dressy clothes and stuff like that. Thank you, Soleil, for saying my dress is pretty. Thank you. I try to look at least good as possible. So, oh, thank you, Soleil, for saying gorgeous. Oh, thank you, Mom. Yeah, they're feathers. Let me see. One's white, one's pink, and then one's like gray, and then yeah, they're just feathers all over this dress. It's red with feathers on it. So yeah, I just thought it looked different, so I just want to try with a new look. Oh, thank you, Mom. um, I haven't been out, but how are you guys doing? Are you guys doing good? And remember, I I probably won't go live every weekend. I probably will just go live every week, not on Saturday and not Sunday. But how are you guys doing? And again, like I said, if you guys are too busy, you don't have to go and be in every single of my lives because it's going to be very busy. So just let me know. You don't have to be in every single live, just to be nice. You don't have to. You're doing phenomenal. That's funny, Soleil. Oh, okay, Mom. You're just studying. Well, that's cool. That's interesting. Oh, Soleil, you will be in my life forever. You always will be in my life. All of you will be in my life. Hmm. But yeah, I might just go live every week, not the weekend, since it's like Shabbat on Saturday and Sunday's a weekend as well. So I thought about especially Shabbat, I won't go live. I might post a video though, like upload a video, but other than that, I might just go live every week. So Excuse me.
have to answer any questions. I know that the Democrats have come out here a few times and said things, and always have to come out here and correct the mistakes that the Democrats make, either intentionally or unintentionally. After a while. That is absolutely false. And it is so frustrating coming out here having to correct the misstatements that Robert Garcia makes after every deposition. He stays in there for 15 minutes and comes out here and corrects something that's not accurate. There are only two items from the estate that haven't been said. One is relates to businesses, and it overlaps with what we've already submitted banks to. The other is something related to Virginia Trade that is overlaps with some other information that we've already requested from the DOJ on that. So there's those are the only two things the state hasn't turned over the real answer because it overlaps with other subpoenas that we issued on the same information that we're going to get in. So when the banks comply with the subpoenas of the bank office, that will resolve that. It's overlapping information. So the estate has cooperated with us. And for Robert Garcia to walk in here and say that, very disappointing. But you know, but I think they can go lower. They comply with expectations. Well, you'll be able to see the video whenever we release it, but I don't want you to judge that. But you know, as with all the other witnesses, they all claim they never had any knowledge before it became public that Mr. Epstein was involved with women, doing inappropriately with young women. Now, we asked about, well, you were with him after the conviction, and he, Mr. Enoch, if I remember correctly, he said that Epstein told him it was a mistake, it was a one-time deal, he didn't know the girl was underage, the one that he got convicted of in West Palm Beach, and Enoch said he convinced him he would never do it again and that he had remorse. So that was about it. I could look at the video and I think make your own judgment. I don't know how to answer that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he has. I'm not defending him at all. I'm not defending anybody that's involved in Jeffrey Epstein. But we're asking all those questions. Like about the witness, they either didn't know or couldn't recall. But we'll keep pressing. From some Republicans, because of how the Democrats acted, I haven't talked to Republicans. I'm sure I'll give them a call this weekend. But the Democrats are complaining because nobody came in to give us an update of the investigation, knowing that some of the victims also recruited other women, so some of the victims are also victimizers. And there's a big question on should their names be redacted or not. That's something my committee split on on a bipartisan basis. It's a complicated thing. And I understand it takes time, and it's not a thing for Congress to request documents on something that, whether it's so many settlements and ongoing investigation, but we're doing that because the American people are demanding it. And I'm not going to let up. I don't think anybody on the Republican side of the committee will let up. We're going to try to get answers. I think we're moving in the right direction. It's just frustrating to have come out here and correct all the narratives that the Democrats make during these depositions. They stay for 10 minutes and then come out and they're outraged and cry and say things that aren't true. It's frustrating. Power line, are there one? No. Do you want the video? Steve's very asking questions of Bill Clinton. I'll drive with her. She's asking questions. Drive in. I really haven't thought about it. I'm still kind of shocked at how bad the Democrats actually they all run out. We just tweeted a video of all the oversight committee members running out and getting on all the liberal networks being outraged at the attorney general because she wouldn't answer the question. And A, they didn't ask any questions, and B, they left before 90% of them had an opportunity to ask questions. We asked questions and they were already in. And they were staff so we were asking them, and the Democrats know it because they kept their staff there. I was kind of keep their staff out. The members all stored out. Anyway, so we'll keep you updated. This is probably going to come out next and give you an update. So hopefully we'll get some more information. Thank you all for being here.
All right, so see there, those were some of the remarks we've heard from Representative Cumber out of Kentucky, the Republican speaking after that deposition that was held earlier today on Capitol Hill. And so, of course, we've been following that story very closely as I gave you this live at this point. And as we're following up on the latest here, we do know that it was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer and the co-executor of his estate that told the House Oversight and Governmental Reform Committee that he had no knowledge of the convicted sex offender's crimes and rejected any sort of insinuation that he knowingly facilitated Epstein's trafficking. This is according to a copy of some of these remarks that are obtained by Politico. And so the attorneys that were sponsored there in that closed door deposition today comes amid some of the extreme pressure there on the Justice Department and lawmakers to pursue criminal accountability for those who might have played a role in Jeffrey Epstein's scheme. And we did want to make sure we were able to bring you some of the reaction that we're now hearing from lawmakers after they were inside of that closed door deposition. And so this is what ultimately some of those remarks said from his lawyer saying, let me be clear, I had no knowledge whatsoever of Jeffrey Epstein's wrongdoings. My complete lack of involvement in that misconduct is a matter of record. Not a single woman has ever accused me of committing sexual abuse or witnessing sexual abuse, nor claimed at any time that she or anyone else reported to me any allegation of Mr. Epstein's abuse. And so we want to make sure we're able to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in order to check the latest in the House Oversight Committee stream of these closed door depositions with people who were within Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. That includes his one-time client and former Victoria's Secret CEO Wes Wexner, as well as others, including his co-executive of Justice Khan. We also know that House Oversight Chair James Comer, who we just heard from, has also now subpoenaed Attorney General Sam Bonnie to testify before lawmakers over his handling of the Epstein files. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn
tired of seeing me at the podium here as I am at being here because it usually means something bad has happened. But this is a good thing that has happened in light of a terrible thing, and that's the community coming together to express their shared commitment to standing firmly together against hate, however it rears its ugly head. Before I get into that, I know a lot of folks in the media are seeking videos or pictures or things from the case. The case is still active, and so the video that was released without permission of the lead investigative bodies, and it's kind of put the community, I think, in a bad spot, frankly. I mean, imagine, if you will, if this was your home and somebody had broke into your home looking to kill your kid, and you saw a video on the news about it, how traumatized, re-traumatized you would be from that event. So a bit soon for that to be out there, and we encourage other folks to take a breath and balance their need to share video with how it impacts the victims and the investigation. I know that the temple put out some pictures of their own under their control. That's their building without faces. That should be their process at the moment if they want stuff. The evidentiary photos, the body cams and stuff, that ultimately will play out over time as it would in a traditional case. And so no more of that should be coming out in the immediate future until the FBI makes a formal determination of a number of things. As you know, we talked about this before. The FBI and U.S. Attorney have different boxes that check as it relates to what they call hate crime and terrorism based on certain things. I can call it terrorism as a person because it terrorized the people in the community, it terrorized the families and members of that temple, it terrorized the staff and people at large. I saw the looks on their face, they were terrorized. I hugged moms and dads, they were terrified and terrorized. Legally, that definition will come from the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office. So I just wanted to touch base on some of that because we're still getting requests from some media for pictures or photos, and that's not going to be coming out until the FBI makes that final determination. It will be out in due time. Second, kind of a reset. So it seems like to me that anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic behavior has become normalized. Not here, not with us, not with our law enforcement in Oakland County, but across the country, it's been allowed, and that's unacceptable. You know, you see kids at colleges getting yelled at and bullied and even physically assaulted simply because they're Jewish. We as a community, we as a nation have to stand up. I don't care what party you're in, I don't care what job you're in, whether it's in public or private venue, we have to stand up and say, no, this is unacceptable, because as this gets normalized, you'll see it play out in the real world. The statistics are stark. Between 2020 and 2024, there was a 344% increase in targeted reported incidents against Jewish community and individuals. Now, again, any hateful act against any religion, any person, or any race is unacceptable and will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But we also know that of the reported incidents that were targeted based on religion, almost 70% of them were against Jewish people. And somehow that's become normalized. And 2025 and 26 now have even worse numbers. So we all need to stand up again, public or private. If somebody in a private conversation says something anti-Semitic, you need to stop them, because that begins to play out and embolden them and make them feel comfortable to say and do stupid, hateful things. And sometimes then people are motivated to take that into action and do criminal, violent things. So, pushing the wrong thing. Thank you. Okay, I'll let you push it up there. Just the next slide. So, I give you this by way of example. Some pond scum felt empowered and emboldened enough to put this picture of me up to try to threaten and intimidate me, which of course he didn't do because I signed up for this. And by the way, the person that did this said a bunch of terrible things, not just against me, but against a lot of groups and individuals. Who, by the way, was arrested today in Wisconsin. My point is this, though. If this person is emboldened and empowered enough or feels safe enough to do this for me, what does he do to a kid? What does he do to a Jewish family walking down the street? And that's because of the normalization of this. Watching this on television and saying, okay, I feel empowered enough that I can do this. Well, A, you can. And B, if you think you can do it to somebody that's in law enforcement, again, what are you going to do in an alley or on the street to a Jewish family or a kid walking down the street? We're drawing the line. One of the most chilling things that I saw many, many years ago is I saw a picture of police officers in Germany that were helping arrest Jews to send them off to their deaths. And that has stuck with me ever since. That was 20 years ago. And this picture shows
What?
said no, and he was put.
Here uses AI to build websites and enter appointments in different places online. So I can
That's crazy.
Story where it starts off and the pot is sitting in the stove and it's cool and you drop the frog in and you slowly turn up the heat and all of a sudden the frog is boiled.
I might be hearing this wrong, but I'm hearing about the Michigan synagogue attack. And I think 20 years ago, this police officer has said what happened about some German police officer supported the death of killing Jews. And if you, as a German police officer supporting the death of killing Jews, a German police officer, that's crazy. Some kind of German police officer was agreeing to these other idiots that wanted to kill the other Jewish people. A German police officer wanted to be a part of the killing lots of Jews, and this guy is talking about it. That's actually supporting the Michigan. Not supporting the attack against the Jews. He's a good police officer that's talking about it. I was like, what? Nobody's talking about that. A German police officer. That's crazy. But yeah, that's what I said what to, because I was shocked. You can look it up. It's a official update on Michigan synagogue attack. And this police officer is a good police officer. He's supporting. He's trying to. He doesn't like what happened to the Jews on Michigan, so he's helping them. But he said, can you believe this? 20 years ago, a German police officer was setting up to kill Jews. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, look that one up, because that's crazy. Yeah. A German police officer 20 years ago supporting of what's happening now to kill Jews. A German police officer. Or German man, that's a police officer. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
was to stop the threat and evacuate the innocent.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy. I couldn't believe it. A German police officer? You're German and you're a police officer and you support the killing of Jews? You're supposed to be a police officer. That's crazy. And it was 20 years ago, he said.
Zero tolerance. And the most important thing that I'm going to close with, if you see something, say something. Because the only way we get in front of these is someone tells us they saw a person. There's a thing we call leakage. There's usually some precursor that someone sees or heard. And it has to be shared robustly. And we have gotten in front of things in the past. We actually stopped a 6-year-old with a gun on the way to school after a parent told us that their little boy had heard about a threat. So we can get in front of these things if we share them.
A lot of these Jewish people are being threatened. They're being threatened, and it's wrong. Mom, a German police officer setting up to kill Jews? Are you serious? And it happened 20 years ago, not so long. And we're not talking about back then, which is history. We're talking about that's not so long ago from now. Yeah, that is crazy. I know. Yeah, it is crazy that it's happening in 2026. And nobody's making a big deal about it. That's crazy. Yeah, that is wrong. That is wrong. A German police officer. He's supposed to be helping people, not set up to kill Jews. Are you serious? Supposed to be a police officer. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they are going to pay for their wickedness. You're right, Soleil. Yeah, that is wrong, Mom. He's supposed to be a German police officer, and he's a police officer that will set up to kill Jewish people. Look how twisted that is. I couldn't believe I just heard him say that. They have to stand up for the Jewish people. I'm telling you that. They have to stop these threats. I'm so tired of that.
It is a problem for all Americans. And anti-Semitism is a warning sign. Because when hatred of Jews is tolerated, all of our communities will eventually suffer. To our congregation at Temple Israel, we will return. We will not be defined by the violence done to us. Rather, we will be defined by the values we carry forward. We are grateful for our partners in law enforcement and in our community, for every voice that has spoken out, and so that those voices do not fall silent. My name is Stephen Ingram, CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit. I have two things to say. First and foremost, thank you. Thank you to all the law enforcement officers, to universities, who are willing to give their lives for our children.
But that's so messed up.
And the other thing is, I want to say, we need your help. We can't continue at this pace.
You're supposed to be a police officer and you kill the Jewish people. That's crazy.
We can't continue to the anti-Semitism rise at levels rising. And we as Jews, as 2% of the population, can't stop it ourselves.
We need each and every one of you to do your part. You all have a role in this. If you don't all stand up, this will only continue to get worse. Call on anti-Semitism where you see it, when you see it. There's no small joke. There's no small, oh, that was just something for one person. This is plain and clear hatred against Jews. It must stop. And you all must be a part of it. Thank you.
Exactly.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Mustafa Turk. I'm the Imam and President of the Islamic Organization of North America and also co-chair of the Imams Council of Michigan. On that devastating day when the Temple of Israel was attacked, I got a call from one of our congregants early in the morning when that happened. And I immediately contacted my co-chair in the Imams Council and other imams to prepare a statement condemning such an act. I will share just one passage from that. Imams Council of Michigan condemns shooting at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield. Islam teaches that all places where God's name is remembered deserve protection. The Quran reminds us, had God not compelled some people by means of others, monasteries, churches, synagogues, and mosques, where God's name is mentioned much, would surely have been destroyed. Quran 22:40. Regardless of what happened, we stand, the Imams Council of Michigan, in full solidarity with all people impacted by the event, today's event then. In times like these, our shared commitment to peace, compassion, and mutual protection must prevail over hatred and violence. And my statement today on this occasion, first and foremost, we thank Sheriff Bouchard and his team for protecting our communities and to continue doing what is necessary to keep us safe. In today's political climate, we are witnessing a disturbing surge in hate speech and hate crimes around the world. From anti-Semitic attacks to Islamophobic rhetoric, the forces of division are growing louder and more dangerous by the day. Yes, as people of conscience, we must not lose hope or surrender to despair. Now more than ever, we are called to remain focused on unity, not division, on love, not hate. We must be the light that pushes back against the darkness. This means standing in active solidarity with all marginalized communities, against speaking out when we witness bigotry, whether against our Jewish neighbors, our Muslim brothers and sisters, or any group targeted simply for who they are. In a world that often tries to divide us, let us be a force of unity. Let us challenge anti-Semitism, confront Islamophobia, and replace fear with understanding. We are called to support one another, to build bridges of understanding, and to live together in peace and harmony. Our diversity is not a threat, it is a strength. Our shared humanity is greater than any force that seeks to tear us apart. Silence in the face of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia is complicit. We speak out whenever and wherever we see, whether it's in a synagogue or a mosque under threat, we show up for each other. Solidarity is our greatest weapon. My name is Bill Danaher. I'm the director of Christ Church Cranbrook, right down the road from Temple Israel. I am grateful today for the wonderful law enforcement that has been done in the leadership of Sheriff Bouchard. I'm deeply grateful for my brothers and sisters in the Jewish community. We are here to stand with them, to support them with love and fidelity for all that they are and all who they are. I'm going to invite Christians as we move into Holy Week and Easter to engage in a self-audit of our scriptures, of our passages that we rely on to tell the story of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, of the practices that we put in place for generations, to do an audit to make sure that we can cleanse the Christian tradition from anti-Semitism. It has constantly been noted
by many scholars over the centuries that there is a subterranean river of interpretation within the Christian faith that runs in an anti-Semitic direction. And as we celebrate the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, I want to invite Christians everywhere to engage in that careful audit of our basic beliefs. These beliefs, when they are rightly interpreted, see the world as a place where God is redeeming all things, sees the world as broken and beautiful as it is, as a place of hope and faith and love, sees each person is made in the image of God. I invite Christians everywhere to engage in that careful self-audit so that we can stand and interrogate our own beliefs so that we can stand against this rising tide of anti-Semitism. Good afternoon, my name is Greg Geiger, and I'm the president of the Interfaith Leadership Council of Metropolitan Detroit. In just a few brief comments, we certainly
Excuse me.
I want to openly acknowledge and express appreciation for the tremendous support the Jewish community has given to the interfaith efforts. And without their support, we would not be here today as the Interfaith Leadership Council. And we're pleased to be here in behalf of their needs and support. Well, let's all let you know that they have been particularly helpful when other communities have been attacked, including when my own community was attacked a few months ago. They have been very solicitous and supportive, and I call all the communities who are here gathered and represented to continue to show that same response as they have shown to others. We're grateful to them for it. The Interfaith Leadership Council stands for bringing together people of common values, to understand those, to look beyond the differences in language, heritage, beliefs, to see the underlying values that actually connect us together as human beings. And we have ways of helping people to see that if they will come and work together with us, because it is seeing each other as individuals, as human beings, however you couch it, as brothers and sisters, however we think of the relationship that bears us together. Those are the things that connect us as individuals. And anti-Semitism flies defiantly in the face of the realities of who we are as people, as brothers, as sisters, as sons and daughters, as members of this community. And so we encourage all, as they have been, and those who may wish to be involved in this, to join with all of these here and with us to help that make that a reality. Thank you. Questions? Thankfully, all of our security guards are doing well. Danny himself is recuperating at home and will make a full recovery. Our building is currently under a restoration phase, and we are actively 24 hours a day doing the initial stages of restoration, and then we'll move to a rebuilding process. There's a lot of work to be done. As you probably know from the videos that were released, the sprinkler system after the initial event went off and was running for hours. So we have an enormous amount of water damage, smoke damage, but we are actively pursuing that work right now.
How important comfort to parents? I know you said you guys will return. How does it stop you from just moving forward? How does that hurt you?
First of all, we are so lucky. We have had an outpouring of offers from mental health counselors, mental health organizations around the world who are reaching out to us, and we are currently developing a plan for the long-term future, which is going to take care of our families, our students, all of our staff. In the immediate aftermath of the events last Thursday, we have established a robust program of mental health. Actually, right now, my team is actually with a mental health provider offering care at every level, from our staff to our parents to our families around the community, and we're going to continue to offer an ongoing mental health routine so that all of us can return to a sense of normal, a new normal. Our website, www.temple-israel.org, will soon have a volunteer program offering, so anybody looking to help out in future offerings to our community can help. We also are in the initial fundraising campaign for rebuilding process.
been head of government affairs for Region County Sheriff's of America for many, many years. I've already been communicating with a number of lawmakers about, things that we think would be important to think of going forward, funding, and also equipment. Every time we see something happen anywhere in the world, it informs us on maybe training gaps or equipmental gaps.
Oh, you're fine, Mom. You're fine. It's okay. It's okay, Mom. No worries. You're absolutely fine. It happens. We're family. You're absolutely fine. You're good, Mom. Don't say sorry at all. You're very welcome, Mom. You're very welcome.
Representative McLean, one of the House leaders, so that we get Republican and Democrats on the same phone call and maybe get some support for some immediate equipment. There was some equipment that we could have used there. We know that Haley Stevens has put in a request to get a mobile command center. We thankfully, the Chaldean community jumped in, grew open their facility at Shenandoah. They did an amazing, not just open their hearts, but their buildings. But, that again showed us that we didn't have a mobile command scene on site that could handle all of us having those immediate needs. Community extends from the ocean west of the river. Local to satellite, downlinks, and all those kinds of things. Our mobile command is 26 years old. So, found ourselves in the parking lot of Troy when they had a threat, standing in the parking lot, trying to, come up with immediate action. So there's equipmental needs that need to be met, and we will partner with not only the Jewish community but all communities to make sure that we are better prepared. Every time we face something, we figure out what did we do right and what do we need to do better. And just like the football team, you can always do better. And that's our hope with both training and equipment and deeper partnerships that we get there. And the unique thing about Oakland County is in this very room, I called all the chiefs together after an attack in Lafayette and said, we need to train together and have more equipment together. And we did that in this room and created an organization called OPTAC that regularly trains all of the police officers. And now we brought in our fire service partners so that we can do that training. That's unique to this county. As I said, I've been president of Major County Sheriffs of America. We have a deeper relationship and partnership with state, local, and federal than I've seen almost anywhere. And that's going to continue. Long answer to your question, but I think it's multi-layered. When you have an event, you have to analyze it.
I have a question about some practical suggestions for saying something. I was on Universe next door and we were talking about it, and one of the comments was the cops was really loving except somebody told me how many officers were sent to Oxford and how much they
get in their basement, they get empowered, they're trolls. They say terrible things because that's the state of our world today. Social media is terrible. When you have people empowered to say things about situations they know nothing about, we didn't know how many assailants there were. We didn't know if there's secondary threats that were going to happen at that facility. We had no scope or scale of what we were going to be facing collectively. When everybody showed up at Oxford, which also was here, I was super glad that everybody came. I'd rather be saying, okay, we're all set, you can go back to what you were doing, than say, we still need help and we can't do what we need to do. I mean, which would you rather have as a community? Us to be over-prepared or under-prepared? If it's your house and your kids are trapped in that and somebody wants to kill them, would you rather have us send too many or too little? Simple answer, but don't engage as a person with them because you can't engage stupid. Well, the answer is, would you rather have an over-response or under-response? Would you rather see people die because they don't have enough resources on scene and wait for others to get there? Or would you rather have them get there and say, we got enough and send them back? It's a simple thing. And the same person that's probably buying way too much homeowners or renters insurance and car insurance, not anticipating that their house is going to burn down, but they're prepared for it. So we need to be prepared for whatever they face. And sometimes we don't know what that will be. We try to look around the corner and see what the threat may do or how it may adapt, and we have to adapt and evolve to be able to meet it. After the Virginia Tech shooting, I ordered bolt cutters put in our cars because that attacker had chain doors. So we try to look around the corner, we try to come prepared with as much and more than we need, we can always scale back. And if people don't like feeling that safety net, they can move to a less safe county. Well, I guess in a general sense, there's no justification for trying to kill kids. So I don't know, whether you blame it on something that's going on someplace in the world or not. I'm sorry. No, that's not acceptable. You don't go into somebody's house, or in this case, a house of worship, and try to kill kids from 0 to 5 because something happened in another part of the world. You can't justify that crap to me, period. Sorry. But, yes. Well, we had a lot of that information on the day that this was happening, but obviously, the federal officials are making the confirmation of some of the specificity as it relates to the individual. So I don't really step on their toes on that, but obviously a lot of that.
Yeah, you heard that? The police officer that supports the Jewish people from and didn't like what happened to the attack, he called it crap. That's why I laughed. You say killing those kids is no excuse either. He was like, I don't want to hear that crap. That's why I laugh. I'm like, wow, he said crap. That's why I laughed. He's right. Yeah, exactly. He's right. He called it crap. He doesn't want to hear any crap. Yeah, I understand. No, yeah, I'm a nice person too. But he's probably like, listen, they're threatening the kids from 0 to 5. Are you serious? And he called it crap. He said, harming those kids are no excuse. Are you serious? That's what he was saying. Yeah. Yeah, he's right. He's not wrong. I mean, it's not right to murder, period. Especially kids from 0 to 5 years old. In the Jewish community, too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. 1,000,000% right. He is 1,000,000% right. He's not wrong. Like, from him saying, like, you harming the children, he's not wrong. Like, are you serious? He's right. Yeah, I know. That is crazy. No, see what happened was when I laughed when he called it crap, he said crap because this lady was asking him some weird question, whether she said something. And then he was like, listen, murdering, having the intention to even have that in your thought to murder kids 0 to 5 years old. He said, I'm done with this talk about these questions. It's crap. Next question. Yeah, you're right. That's just crazy how he even. Yeah, it's crazy that he has to say anything, period. But guess what? He just said, you know what? Crap. That's it. I'm done talking. Yeah, he is correct. He is correct. Yes, exactly. He called it crap because he's tired of that. Are you serious? Like, he's saying, like, are y'all not focusing and realizing that that's evil? Are you serious? He's right. Yeah, he is correct. He's like, are you guys serious? Are you serious right now? It's a threat right now that's threatening the Jewish community, including kids 5 to 0, babies. He says that's crap. Forget the question. I'm done. Like, he's right. He's probably tired of that. Is she crazy? She probably is. She's a reporter. I don't know what kind of question she was asking him. I wasn't listening all the way, but he said, you know what? This is crap. And I laughed. I mean, he's not wrong. So she probably is crazy. She's a reporter asking him these questions. You think he's not going to say anything? It's crap. Hello, you're threatening the Jewish community, and then you threaten to kill kids from 0 to 5 years old? That's crazy. 0 to 5, including the Jewish community. What these kids got to deal with it? That's crazy. And you know what? I'm glad he called it crap, because it is crap to me, actually. But I laughed. I'm like, he actually said crap. Because it's the truth. And he's the only not the only police officer, but he's one of the police officers that's like, this is crap. I'm a police officer that has to research this and go through this crap. Harming the Jewish people and murdering kids from 0 to 5 years old. I'm not wasting my time being a police officer just you not realizing it's crap. It's crap. If it was an Arab, that would definitely be a story. Right. So now I'm going to talk about a different topic now. If it's not based on Jewish people. Yeah, I know. I'm done with it too. Don't say sorry at all. I'm done with it too, exactly.
חבריי ואני בממשלה, אנחנו פועלים כל יום כדי להקל עליכם, כדי לפתוח את הלימודים וגם את המשק, לעשות את זה בהדרגה.
All right, as you see, these opening remarks are in Hebrew at this time, but what we're going to do is we've had some behind the scenes information that he's possibly going to make some of these remarks in English. We're going to hang on to this for
It's crazy that he's like the only,
He transitioned.
well, he's not the only police officer that is good there. He's one of the ones that has a good heart and notice, like, this is crap.
הקפדה על הנחיות פיקוד העורף. זה שאתם נכנסים
He even notices a German police officer 20 years ago planning to kill Jews. He said, this is crazy.
לזרועות הביטחון, להמשיך להילחם, להמשיך את
All right, so that's going to continue on in Hebrew, and so once he does get to a portion of those remarks where it does come to us in English, we'll take it out to you in full as well. In the meantime, though, I want to continue on as we're following these top stories. Taking out to you yet another live event that is now on.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Capitol, and Republican senators are putting
That's just crazy, like really crazy.
America Act. Let's listen in.
State law was, if someone comes into jury duty and says before a judge, I'm not eligible to serve in jury duty, though I've been called, I'm not eligible to be able to serve because I'm not a citizen. If they say that, then by state law now, we have to check the voter roll.
Excuse me.
Also registered to vote. If they are, and we have found folks that are, their name is automatically dropped from the voter roll. It's the way that we're doing it in Oklahoma, to be able to find ways to say if there's someone who is not a citizen of the United States and is in violation of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, that we are making sure their name is being purged off the voter roll, so it is only citizens of the United States that are actually voting in our elections. You know what? We still have elections. We still vote. Somehow we as Oklahomans have figured it out. So we say to the rest of the country,
Yes, this is live. Hold on for a second. It's so if you want to watch it live when it's actually happening right now, and you can watch it live every single day if you wanted to. And it's live, it shows really what's happening. You go, I personally go with Fox News Live. Fox News Live. And yes, it is live. Go to Fox News Live on YouTube, and where it says live now from Fox, where it has like the white small lines in the bottom where you can barely see it, and you'll know when it's live when it has the red thing glowing and it says live. If it doesn't have the red thing glowing, that means it's not live. So when you look up Fox News on YouTube, make sure that it has the red thing that's glowing and says live. Let me know if you need any help with that. So that's what I'm watching right now. And yes, it is live. And what it's called, it's Fox. It's live. It's live Fox News. Live now from Fox. 24/7. Yeah. You're welcome. Let me know if you need any help with that. And it's not live if it doesn't have the red thing glowing. If it has the red thing glowing, then it's live. Yeah. You're very welcome. Let me know if you need any help. Yeah, let me know if you need any help. I choose Fox News because it shows like every single thing, and they're not just making like fake stuff. I like Fox News better, so that's what I pick for live. And I like to use it for work because it shows what's really happening than the other broadcast stations. Yeah. Let me know if you need any help. I can help you find it.
But it has several parts to it. And I've heard Democrats object to it. But I've also read quotes recently from several. I want to make sure that I get this right.
Yeah, YouTube, Mom and Slay. Yeah, I go from Fox. I might just go and be live on Fox in the station. I might not be interviewed by other stations. I'm like, nuh-uh. I'm staying away from those fake news that Trump will call them. But yeah, me personally, it's fine if you go to other news stations, but me and like us, I think we agree with Fox News more. like they show more truth. I'm not sure if the broadcast station is more Republican and that's why they show the truth more. I'm not sure, but Fox News is really good for now. Right now, actually, than other news. CNN though, no. Yeah, I know. Not CNN. I do follow CNN on Facebook. That's only because I want to be interviewed by Fox News. I just want to know what's going on just because I'm an activist, but I don't like CNN. Exactly. I don't care about CNN. The only news I care about so far is Fox News. That's it. I would even be interviewed by reporters on Fox News. That's how close I am by liking the news. I go to Jerusalem Post sometimes because it's Israel's news source. Yeah, Mom, what? It's called Jerusalem Post. I follow some. I follow the MJAA. I follow the MJAA, which is a supportive Jews organization. You know what MJAA was. We used to go there with the rabbi we used to be with. You go to Jerusalem Post. That's awesome, Mom. I want to find some Jerusalem Post too. I want to follow the Jewish organization. Yeah. Yeah, I know you knew. I know you already know what the MJAA is. Yeah. I have to Mom, actually I have to get onto that. I have to look for more um news excuse me, not news. Jewish supportive organizations. I already followed the Jewish lady that you know, Mom. Yael Eckstein or something like that. You can go Google Jerusalem Post. Okay, thanks, Mom. I'll look that up. Thank you. Yeah, I want to look for so I follow Yael. That sounds similar to my real name. Doesn't that sound similar? Yael? Except my real name is different. Yael. Yael. That's awesome. I notice like even the men, they have a sort of similar name that I have too, like something that's more masculine, like yach to it for the men and women. That's awesome. Yeah, they're both Hebrew. Yeah. That's why I love my birth name, by the way. My the name Genissiah is Hebrew as well, but I love the birth name too. Yeah, they're both Hebrew. Yeah. You see, so like you said, you see Benjamin Netanyahu. Is he live? I did see him live, but they took it off because they want to play it on English. Not that they want to take it off, but they want to play it fully on English. And yeah, Mom, there are both Hebrew. They are. Into my accent, I feel more like I feel it's easy for me to talk in Hebrew and in other and like Italian, but in English, I don't know why it's still so hard. Like Yachel, like that's easy for me to pronounce, like to talk like that, but in the English, it's kind of hard. I think that's cool. I have that accent from you, Mom, but sometimes English for me it's hard. And in Hebrew and Italian, it's easy for me. You're watching it right now? He doing the right. Yeah, I see it right now. He's popping up now. He doing the Rising Lion operation. Do you guys hear it? Yeah, that is from you. Obviously. I know that, Mom. That's from you. Obviously, I know that. What else should I get it from? Like, thank you, Hala. Thank Genissiah. Thank like a. Yeah, I know it's from you. I know. I love the Jewish people too. I love the Jewish people and God's people, period. Can you guys hear it a little bit? That's Benjamin Netanyahu. Or do you want me to turn up louder?
International maritime routes, the Straits of Hormuz.
I can turn up louder.
Israel is helping in its own way, in intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz, rather. But I want to ask you to imagine.
So this is Benjamin Netanyahu live right now.
Able to blackmail the entire world. If they had ballistic missiles.
You're welcome, Soleil. You're welcome.
Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles. International.
And for you, Mom, if you want to watch, if you need help or anything, if you want to watch something live, I prefer Fox News, which obviously I know you do too. I know our family does. If you want to know if it's live or not, if it's not glowing red, then that means it's not live. If it is glowing red, that means it is live for any news, not just Fox. But if you want to see live of what's actually everything's happening, this is what I use. I use Fox News, live from Fox 24/7, live now from Fox, and it's red. It's glowing red, and that means it's live. And remember, Mom, if it's not live, that means it's not glowing red. Just to let you know. You're welcome, Mom. If you need any help, let me know. You just received word that Israel is about to make the next move. I pray, I amen to that. I pray that they do make the next move. I pray for Israel. I think Israel, especially right now, is important to be talking about. Besides inflation, but that's different. That's not important as praying for the Jewish people, you know. I don't think inflation it's important, but not as important as praying for the Jewish people in Israel. Their lives matter than the inflation, you know. They're both bad, but I think Israel matters the most. In my mind.
And that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions. What he thinks is good for America. May I add?
They just shut down a couple of Iranian battle planes and missile bases, and you are correct. Yeah. They just shut down a couple of Iranian battle planes. Really? That's what happened? Israel can beat the Iranians. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for telling me that. Wait, what? Iran executed a wrestler who was an Olympian who was against the regime. He was 19 years old. They hug him as a public example to Iranian people to make them afraid. What? I didn't see that. He was only 19 years old? 19 years old? He was just a kid. I didn't know that. It just happened today? What? That is horrible. Don't go to Iran. Okay, that lets me know. What happened to his parents? Do you know what happened to his parents? I can look it up. Sorry for asking you so much questions, Mom. Sorry about that. But I can look it up. Is his parents okay? I would never. 19 years old? He was just a kid. You don't know? Okay. Where's his parents? Do they want to talk about that? Hold on. It was so heartbreaking. It was so heartbreaking. And America warned Iran not to do it. America warned them not to do it. That's horrible. So what we got to do now? That's a threat, Mom. That's dangerous. He was so young. I hope they didn't kill his family either. All right, Iran is not a safe place then. Whoever, when you get these people that's like going to Russia safe, Well, let me tell you right now. Don't travel to Iran right now. I don't believe Iran is not safe. 19 years old? How did they capture him? They hanged him? Do they have a photo of it? I know, I couldn't believe it when I read it. I couldn't believe it either. He was so young. I pray he was saved and went to heaven. Jeez. It's on their hands, Mom. They have so much blood on their hands. How dare they? I guess this is war then. I cannot believe that just happened. Time to break down that regime. I didn't see a photo, but sometimes you don't know those things. That's true. Or either they something, or Iran have a photo, and they might not show it. You know, one of those stupid things, Mom, of what they try to harm the Jewish people, or like when they try to harm that good kid. Yeah, Mom, they probably still have a photo and just won't show it. They probably do. They probably do. They might. That's crazy. Thank you. Sorry for blowing up like that. Thank you for telling me that, Mom. That's horrible. Don't go to Iran. Anybody, like. Wow. Oh, hold on. I have to charge my laptop. That's crazy. A 19-year-old man. Young boy. I think 18 to 20 is a boy. What do you feel, Mom? You agree with that? 18 to 20 is a young boy to me. I won't even call him a man. He's just a young kid who wants to be a wrestler. Hanged from the regime? Are you crazy? That's a kid. Well, a young adult, but you know what I mean. A young adult, but still a kid. God, I pray for... Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It is a young man. Yeah, I call him a young man. But yeah, that's sad.
Next question from Richard Engel from NBC News.
Why are they muting this guy talking to Benjamin Netanyahu? I don't know why they did that. I don't know why. I still follow Fox, by the way. I know. Other news stations can be more strict than Fox. Yeah, you're right. It's a young man, but yes, it is, to me, is still, he is still like a kid to me in a way. Yeah, I agree. No, yeah, you're right, Mom. I can say he's a young man. That's a better word to say it. That's a better way to say it. Excuse me. We have to pray for the innocent Iranian people, especially the Christian Iranians. Excuse me. You're right, Mom. We do. Where are the Christian we need protesters about that. Do you think that's a good idea? We need a protest about that. They've been killed by the regime, a 19-year-old young man, just to speak what's right. Mom, if that would have happened, you ever wish to get in there and just like harm them or something? You ever wish that? Boy, I wish it didn't happen to that young man. I really wish it didn't happen to him. That's crazy. That's so sad. So sad. I bet you the Democrats won't make protesting about that. They don't care. They don't care at all. Yeah, we do have to pray for the Iranian people, especially the Christian Iranians. We do. Because some of the Iranians, they don't want to be a part of the regime, especially the Christian Iranians. And the regime will try to harm them.
but they don't have it yet. That's what people said. Right, let's wait. Just let them do it.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Wait and let them do it.
Wow, Mom. Ain't that sad? Isn't that sad?
To prevent them from doing it. And to
A 19-year-old young man.
and perhaps the
19.
government in Iran.
19-year-old man.
It's not going to happen.
But God can do more than to those monsters. God's judgment is worse than anything we can do. You're right, Mom. I know.
Much greater risk than that.
I know.
That the oil markets are in trouble.
But God can do more to those monsters. God's judgment is worse than anything we can do. Yeah, you're right. It is worse than anything we can do. It's horrible, Mom. You're right.
What is the
That's really sad.
Go ahead.
Do that to that poor young man. Poor young man. Yeah, it is sad. Thank you for telling me that, Mom. I didn't. That's crazy. That's crazy. What are we gonna do now? They hanged him. What are we gonna do now? Then that means it's more than war. They hanged them. And I bet you in Iran, they block the internet from knowing. They probably turn the internet and the Wi-Fi off. Who knows? The Iranians probably took their phones, their social media. There's probably more to what they did, but America does not know, so it's so called. Because Iran, you know how other countries, especially like the countries that are really, really dark, they probably took their Wi-Fi. They're probably hiding a lot of stuff that America does not know about. And I think it's not just the regime. It might be a whole lot behind that. You know, you ever think that, like, wait, there's something else that they're doing. Probably shut down their Wi-Fi. Probably did a lot worse and hid their photos and everything, thinking that we don't know. It's probably not just the only story that we found. Does Trump know about this? We can't just sit here. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if Trump knows about it or not. He probably he probably did. I have no idea. That's a good question. What if they try to something else? Wait, we need to trust in. Yeah, you're right. We do need to trust in God, but yeah, you're right. And we also should be aware. Be aware. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but you know how in Germany back when the Holocaust was going on, they didn't show anything to America, and I wonder if Iran is doing that. If Iran is not telling us what they're actually doing, not just the regime, not just hanging people, they might took everything. They might did worse that we don't know. They might have took everything down, shut down their Wi-Fi, maybe took over their house. It's horrible. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, they are monsters. They're monsters. Murdering people, acting like nothing happened. They do know their blood is on their hands. Oh, they got big judgment, all right. I know that to learn about the Holocaust was good, but it still hurts. It does. It's hard for me to. I love. I mean, well, I wouldn't. Would like to remember the Holocaust, and I love the Jewish people. The only thing that's hard for me to look is the people that were murdered and hanged. Yeah, the Holocaust, it does hurt. It does. It's hard for me to look at. I would love to remember it because of the Jews, but I don't want to. Those pictures and everything, they're hard for me to look at. It's really hard. Even like the movies, even if they're not so strong, I couldn't. I wouldn't mind watching it, but it's just hard for me to see like people that are threatened. Yeah. And we're Jewish too, so We're Jewish as well, so we probably feel more about that. Not just because we're Jewish, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Um, but yeah, yeah. The Holocaust is it's not yeah. The 19-year-old boy didn't deserve it. Why are they so cruel? Because they're monsters, Soleil. And they're full of the devil. That's why. Why are they so cruel, Soleil? It's hard to say it. It's hard to believe it, but because they're monsters and they're full of the devil. That's why. They're the ones. They're a complete example for those to have the hardest heart, like Satan, to murder a person for. It's the devil, and that's Satan. Yeah, I understand, and I understand and agree, Mom. Yeah, I understand too. Yeah, I understand too, Mom. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Soleil. Yeah. Why are they like that? Because they're monsters and they're full of the devil. That's why. Their heart's full of the devil so much that they're full of darkness, and it's. I don't even want to say it. Like, I know it's hard to believe. How can you get that way? Some people are for Satan and some people are for God. It's true. You know what I mean? People like us have good hearts, like the Lord, and people like Satan, they get nothing. They're like the devil. You know what they get? They waste all our lives and then go to hell. That's it. And belong with Satan. Forever. They don't get out. They don't get out. But how far are we in the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ? Not far. Not so far. I mean, does that make sense? I'm trying to say it won't be long till he comes. Does that make sense? I'm trying to make sense. I didn't mean it's far. I mean, it's not far. It's not far. Yeah, any second now. Who knows? He could be coming tomorrow on his plane. We don't know. He's coming really soon. I know that. Just like what Mom said, any second. Any second. Yeah, you're right, Mom. Jesus could come at any second. Any second. And we see the signs. You're right, Mom. Exactly. He's coming, all right. Especially the war and then the things, and then like towards the Jewish people, towards Christians. There's murderers trying to harm the Christians and Jews. That makes sense. Just like Mom said, Jesus could come at any time. Anytime. Because of what we're seeing right now. And there's prophets and people like pastors like John Hagee. They know the Lord's coming. He could come at any second. Yeah. You deeply agree? Yes. Yeah, me too. For God, Christian, and Jews. I agree with you, Mom and Miss G. Yes. Yeah, I agree with both of you. Yes. Yes, I agree with both of you too.
Many Americans are asking that question, whether you misled their government into starting this war, and for how long should Americans keep paying the price?
Excuse me. Yeah, they better stop. Sorry, guys, that was a commercial. I'm telling you, they better stop. Yeah, they better. Oh, don't worry about that, Slay. They know how far, and they're gonna rot in hell so bad, so bad. Oh, don't worry about them. Don't worry about it. Just wait. Just wait. Acting like that. Oh, they're gonna get something. They're gonna get something. They're gonna get something. Something that's like hell. You're not just going to get free and, oh, well, I did this, forget it. No, no, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all.
If you're not prepared to resist the tyrannies that are trying to arm themselves with the weapons of mass death, you will have no future. And therefore, we're doing what we can.
They better stop, I know. They better.
Spikes, you know what a spike is?
They better.
You know what a spike is?
They better stop.
The Americans are working very hard,
Or else.
and we're trying to help them in every way that we can to open the straits of Hormuz. And if they succeed, which I think they will, then oil prices will come down. But if you say, all right, I'm suffering right now, and people are, then I shouldn't do anything. I should just succumb to the blackmail. Let Iran get on with it. Let them develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them to New York and Los Angeles. You're going to be blackmailed in ways that you can't imagine. I think what this war has done is unmask what Iran is. You know, we've said for years, look at these people. They're doing.
I just never seen a war like this or seen this world get so dark before ever in history. We're just seeing everything spoken in the Bible concerning the last days. This is the last day, Soleil. You're right. Yep, we're seeing please excuse me, not saying everything like that. We are seeing the last days. You're right, Soleil. We are. That's why Mom said he's coming at any second. Any second. You're right, Soleil. We're in the last days. Yeah, the final hours. We are in the last days, the final hours. Yes. Yes, we are. We are. We see all this. Why? Because the Lord's coming in any second. Any second. Any second.
What did they say? They said what? They said, let's stay out of this.
Any second.
It's not our problem. Maybe it's only the Jews. And we learned nothing, absolutely nothing in these 80 years. We cannot see the danger that lurks. It doesn't lurk. It's risen from the mud. It's right up in our face. It's splattering blood.
You're right, Soleil. We are in the last days. I agree with you, sister. Last days. I believe it and I agree. See it too. See it too.
Some are adamantly opposed, but many are adopting a wait and see attitude. But I can tell you that I've spoken, as I said a minute ago, I've spoken to many, many leaders. We're talking about dozens.
Amen. Yes. I agree with you, Soleil. I agree with you.
Some of them come out and say it. They're bold. Some of them say, I don't know, I wish, I understand it, but some of my people.
Amen, Soleil.
Media are against me, so I was
Amen.
in the United States that an enormous
Amen.
enormous percentage of President Trump's supporters, traditional supporters, understand it. And I hope that my friends and colleagues of many years on the other side of the aisle, those who understand and agree with what I just said,
Amen, Mom. Amen. I touch and agree with you too, Mom. Amen.
because at the end,
We'll be all raptured up, Mom. Riding the golden horse that you said you wanted, or silver. Raptured up. All raptured up. But amen. I touch and agree with you too, Mom. Amen. Yes. Say it again. Yes. Amen. 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 Yes, and amen.
Alex Trayman from Janice, right behind you guys.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel's
Amen.
relations with the Middle East?
Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what Hezbollah has been. I said in my opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence underground, ready to invade. We knocked them back. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, a security zone that is there that prevents this kind of invasion. And we have plans for the future. Obviously, our number one effort is geared towards Iran. If the regime goes, you know that Hezbollah goes. But in any case, we're devising our plans in such a way that we could remove this threat as well.
Nice to see you. You've assassinated Iran's supreme leader and dozens of other senior Iranian officials. The result of that so far has been the appointment of a new supreme leader considered to be even more hardline than his father. The Iranian regime is not showing any signs of collapse as of now. So I wonder, what do you say to those who say that killing those individuals is in fact empowering the hardliners in Iran? And are you confident that your strategy will still lead to regime change? And then secondly, if I may, you've also indicated today that you made a commitment to President Trump not to strike these oil and gas facilities in the future. Should President Trump come to you one day and say oil prices are too high, it's time to end this war, will you listen to him? And do you need the United States in order to continue this campaign alone?
Was that a simple question? Jeremy, you're really hard at, but I'll answer your questions. I'm not sure who's running Iran right now. Mujtaba, the replacement Ayatollah, has not shown his face. Have you seen him? We haven't. And we can't vouch exactly what is happening there. There is a cloud here that's not clear. What we see is that there's a lot of tensions inside
We have to pray for Trump and Netanyahu for protection and that God gives him wisdom and guidance at this time. Yes. Can you hear it? I'm not going to be showing the news every single time when I'm live. That way it won't be so tiring and stressful. But he's on right now. But yes, Mom, you're right. Pray for Benjamin Netanyahu and pray for Trump. And pray for both of them, and that the Lord would give them guidance and wisdom. You can hear it, yeah. It's low when you come in. It's low, so I'm not sure, but I'm not going to show the news every single day when I go on live. That way, it won't be stressful, you know. So that's why I turn it down. That way, you guys can barely hear it, maybe. So that's it. It's a part of my job, but I'm not like going to stress anybody like from the news, like, oh, this happened, you know. Just being aware, not being frightened, just being aware. But yes, Mom, you're right. Pray for Trump and Benjamin. Wait, it's Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Yeah. Pray for both of them, Trump and Netanyahu. Pray for both of them because they be getting threats, especially from the Iranian regime. Yes, Mom, you're right. We need to pray hard, especially for Trump and and Benjamin Netanyahu, because they be getting threats like crazy, especially from Iran. Have you seen those crazy posts where they said, "Oh well, we mourn. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say Netanyahu. But you see those crazy posts? I have seen somebody post on Twitter. It popped up on my phone saying Benjamin Yahoo was alive then. Now he's, you know what, not alive. That's crazy. Yeah, you see those posts? It's crazy. Like what? And I was on my Twitter. I was like, what? He's not alive. Devil is a liar. Devil's a liar. Netanyahu will live forever. And Trump. And they will never touch Netanyahu or Trump. Never. Spitting those crazy words out. It's not bad. I understand right now. It's important to keep awareness. Oh yeah, thank you, Mom. I put it on every single day on live, but I don't want to turn so high that way my audience won't hear. So that way it won't be so like running through the brain. But thank you, Mom, for understanding that. Mom, what'd you say? They need to stop that. What? Did you just say what I think you? Mom! What? As much as wish I could say it, I won't. Okay, I won't say it. I won't say it. I won't say it. I'm just laughing in agreement. Why? Why did you put those words? They need to stop. It's okay. I won't say it. That's personal between us and being together, right? I won't say it. It's hilarious. I would like to say it. Well, I won't. I won't. Still saved and clean. That's why. No, you didn't say it. You technically didn't say it. But you typed in the word, I'm done with this crap. I didn't say the word, I said crap. That's close enough. Crap is close, right? You know? But no, you're right. That is that word. In a way. We don't say that. Okay, well, it's not. I mean, you're not wrong. You're right, though, because it's not like that's crazy crap. Excuse me for my words, but it's crazy. You're not wrong. Whoever's saying that, like, well, you know, that's wrong. What? I know you didn't say that. You're not wrong. That is crap, Mom. That's crap. That's crap. Yeah, you're not wrong for that, for saying that, Mom. I mean, it's wrong. It is wrong. Who is like going around the internet using AI probably? Who the heck is doing that? That's why I looked it up. I'm like, what? You're right, Mom. Pray hard for Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump, especially right now. And to be honest, I think Benjamin Netanyahu is trying not to be upset because he's like on to business right now. He's probably tired of it. You agree, though? Yeah. I agree, though, LOL. Yeah. That was funny, though, Mom. I loved it, though, man. I mean, it's true. You're not wrong for that. Like, yeah. Yeah, you agree. That was funny. I love that. That was a good moment. A good moment. But no, that's true. I mean, you're not wrong for saying, you know, that's true, though. Like, what? Oh, this happened. What? That was a liar. Stop it. And how did he go on my Twitter? Whoever's part of this regime, I wonder if the Iranian people trying to get our access from social media to come to America, spitting those words out. And you get this stupid new Regimian leader which I'm not sure if he is or not, who's like, oh, I'm down. Shut up. Just wait until Benjamin Netanyahu gets your butt. I'm waiting for somebody to get him. You're next. You about to be captured and assassinated. How about that? You like that word? I bet you don't. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. That is ludicrous, I mean. That is, Mom. That is crazy and ludicrous. Oh, I'm sad. Shut up. How about this? I'm sad for you. Actually, you know what? I'm not sad for you. How about you get assassinated? I'm done with that crap. You hear me, Miss G? Do I hear you? What did you say? You said something, Soleil? What did you say, Soleil? All those innocent people who lost loved ones. Exactly, Mom. And you get this stupid people like the regime leader or the other Iranians that support him. Not all Iranians, but we know that already. But the Iranians that support the regime, it is crazy. And all those innocent people who lost the loved ones, crazy and sad. That is sad. That is sad, Mom. You want another threat from Israel because they're not afraid to get one of you regime butts out of there. You think Israel's afraid? That's why Benjamin Netanyahu was like, what? And did you see of what Benjamin Netanyahu said? What did Soleil say? I'm sorry, Soleil, I missed what you said. What did you say? Do you mind telling me what you said? I read all your comments. Sorry if I didn't understood you. Let me know. But yeah, Mom, that's sad. That's Did you hear what Benjamin Netanyahu was like? You said I was what? Oh no, I'm not afraid. Okay, we're on this. You said I was what? I'm alive forever. Yeah, it is really sad. Benjamin Netanyahu was like, did you hear? Well, the news reporters were like, did you hear that there was rumors of you being, you know what? What? Benjamin Netanyahu was like, are you crazy? Like, what? I'm not hearing all that. First of all, I'm alive. And I'm not afraid to, get their butts out of there. I'm telling you right now. Just you wait. Don't be sorry, Soleil. What did you say to me? You're fine, Soleil. Don't say sorry. What did you say to me? Let me try to scroll up and see if I missed what you said. What is going on? Okay, hold on. You said LOL not on her live. Is that what you mean? And you said I agree though, LOL. Is that what you mean, Soleil? I know that Israeli people are strong. He's not afraid. That's right, Mom. Oh yeah, he knows it too. Just you wait. Oh, you better be happy. It almost makes me wonder if Benjamin Netanyahu is going to, what him. Because if you want to get threats on him, okay, he'll get a threat on you then. And he has a right to. Oh, you want to threaten him? You want to fake being sad? Get out of here. Shut up. He'll get you too. He'll threaten you too. Yeah, because you threatened him. You think he's like dumb or something? That's crazy. I'm sad. Shut up. I ain't sad. I'm not sad for you getting from you getting in trouble. Just you wait. Just you wait. Talk about I'm sad. Talk about I'm sad. No, you ain't. Stop it. Stop that nonsense. Just stop it.
Existing federal law attaches grave criminal penalties.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Non-citizen who votes in a federal election.
Have the nerve to come up there acting like you said because you threatened him. We ain't sad. We're going to be laughing at you. Be like, okay, we threaten you next. How about that? But we ain't sad. We laughing. Get out of here. Talking about you're sad. Like, shut up.
Political subdivisions of states making those decisions. But in the federal government, that is not the case, and it should never be the case. But once in those jurisdictions, they've got people who are registering to vote in those particular elections. Again, typically.
Oh, is that what's going on? Is it my chat settings or is it her device? Is my chat settings not letting her type it in? Let me know if is it working. So I just tried to send something, but it won't let her. Is it because of? Do I have to change something on here, or is it just her device? It is YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Is it because of my settings on YouTube, or is it just YouTube? Is it YouTube even because of me, or is it just YouTube? Or is it the settings? Hold on, I'm looking on it. Hold on for a second.
To register and a photo ID to vote. This is an important part of ensuring our long-standing.
Hold on for a second.
Of one citizen, one vote. When you allow non-citizens to vote, that offsets that.
All right, hold on.
It diminishes the votes cast by American citizens lawfully.
Give me a couple of seconds. Hold on for a second. I'm looking on the settings right now. Hold on.
It's already illegal for a non-citizen.
Okay, so I try it again.
It's a little bit like saying it's unnecessary to require.
Try it again, Soleil.
Check IDs to make sure that they don't.
Did you try to send an emoji?
Because after all, it's already illegal. There are lots of circumstances where it makes sense to do that sort of thing, trust but verify. Because if you don't do that, you're not even going to know who might be violating.
Try to send it again, Soleil.
And this is one of those areas. Today, one of our colleagues from Oregon, Senator Jeff Martin.
Yeah, try to send it again.
Stabs a knife through the beating heart of our democracy. Really? Well, that's news to me. First of all, it's news to me that even that policy.
Try to send it again, Soleil. Let me know if it works. I don't know why it didn't let you. Anybody can comment on my chat. I don't know. Try to send it again. Sorry that I didn't see it. Let me know if you can do it again. Can you see what I sent? You mean your emoji? I can see your strong arm emoji, and I can see your okay emoji. I can see some of your emojis. I saw your emojis, Mom. Is it my chat settings? Mom, do you think it's my chat settings? I can see what you just typed in. Can you see what I sent? I can read it. I hope it's not one of those like when I said like a crap or a word or something and it was blocking me. Did you see what I sent? I sent what Soleil said? I did not see it. Hold on. I didn't see it for some reason.
It diminishes the whole point of having free and fair.
Should I take off the live chat replay or should I put it back on? So it says live. So I go in my settings. It says live chat replay, leaderboard, live chat summary. And you can put a check mark on them if you want it to make it that way. I did not see it. Keep the live chat replay on. Okay. Is that what you mean? The live chat replay? Okay. Hold on. Hold on first. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to settings real quick. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going through the settings right now. Hold on.
Or maybe you never have them. You could still go to a state election official, swear on an affidavit.
Hold on for a second. Excuse me.
Elements the basic factual assertions behind your claim to citizenship, whether it's when and where you were born and to whom.
I see that you're commenting, Mom. Hold on.
By virtue of the circumstances at your birth, or if you're a naturalized citizen, where, when, and how you became.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. I'm still on the thing. I can still see your comment. I'm into settings right now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going back to chat, Mom. Hold on.
It's racist and it's sexist. Does any of that sound familiar? You've heard that before. Very often when it does come up, it comes up in a context like this one. Where both of those arguments are red herring, both of those arguments are
okay. I'm going to text a screenshot of what Soleil said via text. Okay. Yeah, yeah, you can do that. That way, I'm trying to. Okay, I got your text. Hold on.
What are they covering for? What's missing when that's the argument they continue to fall back to like a dog to its vomit? I can't think of anything more racist or misogynistic than those arguments that are being raised, at least not within.
Why won't I go on my chat? What? Yeah, so Soleil said, I see your text. You said, Soleil said Netanyahu and Trump have done everything they could to protect their people, and all bad people can do is sit in their stupid chairs and accuse them. Yeah, that's true. That's funny. But what? That's not on chat? Why wouldn't chat let Soleil say that? Hold on. Because that's not me. Everybody can, yeah. That's, YouTube is blocked. My settings, you can type in everything. Yeah, it is kind of weird. No, you're fine. Sorry, Slade, I didn't see that. I did not see that. So we're not allowed to say this about supporting Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. We're not supposed to say that. That's crazy. Why? I should have saw that. That's crazy. I'm tired of. I don't have a blocking system on chat. I should have saw what Soleil sent. That's crazy. They just don't like what we're saying. Because it's the truth. That's crazy. Just because. So if we support like a threat or something, then they won't block us. That's crazy. Yeah, I saw what you said, Soleil. Yeah, that's crazy. That's all he do is accuse them. Yeah, it does seem like that. Who's messing with my chat? I have my own settings right here. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It must be YouTube filter. That they probably are doing that. That's crap. I can say crap if I want to. We can say crap if we wanted to. Thank you, Mom, for setting that to me. I know what she said now. And thank you, Slay, for letting me know. And thank you, Mom, for letting me know too. I know what Slay said now. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mom. I'm not sure if they have like a filter. They have a way where you can even let what they call it, inappropriate words on. So I'm gonna check and turn it on and see if you can do that. It's not inappropriate, by the way, which is dumb. You're welcome, Slay. But yeah, I see your text. Mom sent it to me. So that's true. That's true. All they want is to accuse them. And I'm not afraid to say on live. I don't care if they try to track me down or not. We can speak the truth on here, and that's it. Oh, you can't say that. We have to track you down. Go ahead. I'm not threatening anybody. I have people here with me right now. I have family here. What? Filtering my chat for what? Yeah, right. Filtering my chat. I can pick my own settings. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, now I see your emoji. Why is it going back on now? Why do I see your emoji now? That's crap. I literally did not see that. Now I do. Now I can see her emoji, Mom. Now I can. They must have heard us talk about them or something. How are you gonna filter my sister's stuff? Still crap to me. Yeah. I can see it now. I can literally see her anger emoji. And it's the same thing that you texted me, Mom. An anger emoji talking about what she said. I'm gonna get on what's going on. I'm not afraid of saying that. They better not track you down. Yeah, they better not. Or we're gonna bring I'm not just playing. We're gonna bring the Genissiahs down here. I know that is silly. They better leave you alone. I know. No, they better leave us alone. Us alone. I don't care if they say, yeah. Let me bring down the Genevieve. I'm just playing. But if they're threatening, we're gonna bring. I'm just playing. Yeah, Mom. Let me experiment something. Okay, Slay. Oh yeah. Sorry. I shouldn't say that. I'll delete that. Forget what I said. Sorry. So sorry. Didn't mean that. Sorry. Sorry, Mom. I'm really sorry though. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I should have said that, Mom. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. No, I won't say it. Forget what I said. I'm going to try something else. Okay. You're going to try something else? Okay. But that's like a personal thing. I won't let that out. I should have known that already. There's some stuff you should not say that are personal because of family. I understand. So I'm sorry. I should have already known that in my mind. I should have already did that, actually. I won't do it again, I promise. I should have already had that in my mind. But no, I'm serious. Okay. Some stuff you just shouldn't say on here.
To be able to look at their ID, to be able to take the envelope that's about to be attached, to match the name that's on the envelope, the name of the ID.
But yeah, so they all of a sudden want to filter my chat. What? Why? Because we're speaking the truth on here. Yeah, right. We can say other things, but we can't say it on here. Yeah, sure. I don't know.
That citizens vote, and you have to show ID. You can't just walk up and say, "My name is John Smith, and I should be on that list somewhere. Check off that's me." You have to actually verify that that's actually you at that point. So we know one vote.
Vehicle breakdowns are
Can you see it?
If your check engine
Can I see what?
tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands. It was like almost a
Did you send me an emoji?
Yeah. But with endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how
What did you? What are they doing?
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off.
What did you send?
This is a simple trust and verify piece that we're trying to be able to put into place to say we've already agreed that this should only be for citizens.
I can't see it.
There should be consequences if you're not a citizen, but we're just not very.
Yeah, Mom is. I think Mom is saying, did you send an emoji? Is that what you're saying, Mom? So like, send the emoji again. Keep sending them. Just know the same text. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Keep doing it. Just do it again. What? For what? Do it again. Slay, type it in again. That is crazy, Mom. Slay, type it in again. Do it again, Slay. Hold on, let me figure it out. I'll go on my phone and I'll see YouTube. Hold on. For what? So I can see your emoji, but I can't see what you said, Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump in it?
You know what? We still have elections. We still vote.
That's crazy. Hold on. What's going on? I'm going into my live by using my phone. I'll see what's going on. It's not even giving me a warning. Yeah, Mom, I think so too. I think we have witnessed how much is censored. For what? I can control either I can censor it or not. I thought I can, not them. And they do have that settings, Mom. I can show you on my computer. I can censor it or not. Hold on, I'm going to go to my live. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna type in an emoji and I put Trump and Benjamin in. For what? Why are they censoring Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump and then emoji? For what? But she can still send the anger emoji. Oh, they control stuff in the background. Mom, that's what they do? I didn't know. Even though they say I can't control it, they can still control it. Is that what you're saying? Hold on, let me if people see the video want to upload, it will be seen. Oh, okay. Hold on, somebody else. Oh wait, that's me. Wait, is that me? Because I'm like, there's a number 4 in here, and I'm not sure. Oh wait, is that? Hold on. Let me type it in. Hold on for a second. Okay, you can see my anger emoji. Let me put Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. So like, check your settings. Is it your settings? Here, I'll type it in. Hold on. Hold on. I'll type it in. Let me see. Hold on, I'll see. Soleil did nothing wrong. Hold on. I'm gonna type it in and see. Hold on. I'm gonna type in Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. Hold on. And I'm gonna put anger emoji.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Do you want to continue on as we're listening
Why is it?
to those Republican senators as they're speaking?
Is that what you're trying to type in? Can you see my comment, Soleil?
2011 to 2000.
Why can't you sense it?
Chief elections official and one of the few people in Congress that's actually
Mom, why can't Soleil sense it?
election. And we
You want me to type the whole thing? Okay.
and many of my
Hold on. I'll type the whole thing.
country did that.
Hold on.
And one of the ways
I'll go back. Actually, I'll paste it. Hold on.
and another way they did that
Hold
was
on.
really maintaining voter rolls. Photo ID should be the national standard. Photo ID is popular among the American people.
Yeah, I'm sure I've done everything they could.
Integrity of an election, it also improves.
Okay, I'll type the whole thing. Hold on.
I want you to understand from a practical point of view how much easier it makes it on elected
Okay, hold on.
officials to have a photo ID law. Because simply all you need to do on election day is when you go up to the poll worker,
Okay, I'm gonna type it in.
your elderly neighbors, maybe a young
Hold on. Oh, hold on.
all they need to do is simply take your photo ID,
Hold on.
run the magnetic strip through the reader.
Hold on for a second.
There's your picture, there's your information. It tells them what ballot to give you. It is also an improvement on election administration. And that's another reason that having photo ID and the system that we have in Ohio and many other states have is important.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in. Hold on. I was just going to the settings. Okay, hold on. NETANNETAN. Yahoo. And hold on. You and Trump have done everything they could to protect their people. Hold on. Hold on. Their people. And all bad people can do is sit down. Oh, wait, hold on. Is sit in their stupid chairs. Hold on for a second. Bear with me. Hold on. Stupid chairs. Chairs. And accuse them. Okay, now I'm gonna find emoji. Hold on for a second. Hold on.
This is an American issue. When you look at the polling, it is wildly popular amongst Republicans, amongst independents, and amongst Democrats. When you see something like that, I think it's incumbent upon us to actually do something.
Hold on.
Something like that. And that's exactly what Senator Lee has done.
Okay.
America Act. And today we talk about the heart of that. I appreciate Senator Husted and his work as Secretary of State. He knows this issue.
Yeah, I sent it. Can you see it?
He talked about it.
Okay, I sent it. Did you see it? I sent it the same text so you have. Is Netanyahu and Trump have done everything they could to protect their people, and all bad people can do is sit in their stupid. Can you see it? Yeah, I sent it. Can you see it? You can see? Why is it not letting you type it in? Why is it not letting me see yours? Is it my settings? Hold on, let me check. All right, if I can send it, why can't Soleil send it? If I can send it, why can't she send it?
And I am here today to say that if that is your argument, let's drill down on that. because
I don't understand either.
you can't go to work
It didn't let you either?
in snow in New York City
What?
without an ID. You can't
I sent it through my computer. Here, I'll send it through my phone and see if it's my phone.
try to achieve the American dream. Whether that's getting insurance, whether that's getting a car,
Okay, hold on. I'll send it through my.
school, you need an ID.
Okay, hold on.
So if my colleagues continue to say that there are certain segments of the population who can't get one, why don't we deal with that? Because I want every American, regardless of their zip code, regardless of their background, regardless of their state, to be able to achieve the American dream. And without simple identification, they can't do that. But let's secure our elections. Let's do it now. When you go pick up your ballot, it'll still be there. If you have to show your ID before you get it. And I am excited to hear so many of my Democratic colleagues come to the table and say they're for this too. I look forward to watching them follow through with that on the Senate floor. This is the same party that you remember made us have vaccine passports to go out to eat during COVID, and has done so much more infringing on our individual rights. I certainly look forward to them helping protect one of the most important ones, and that's the right to vote. So thank you for your leadership on this, Senator Lee. I say let's get this done. We're certainly not going to quit until we do.
Thanks so much. Thanks for being here. All right, I think we got 10 to 15 minutes. Let's get through questions. Different.
Hold on. I'm gonna send it out through my phone and see if it works.
My personal overall emphasis is going to continue to be on the bill in particular. I intend to be there when Senator Houston offers up his amendment and be there to speak in support of it in the event that.
It's working for me. Why? I sent it through a second one through my phone. Can you guys see it? So I sent it again through my phone. Can you guys still see it? Can you guys still see it? I retyped it in my phone.
Given how many Senate Democrats yesterday indicated openness to the voter ID provisions, it'll be interesting to see.
Let me know if you guys can see it. Can you see it? If you can see it, then maybe it's me. Maybe I have to change the settings. Let me know if you see it. Okay, something's going on with my thing then. You can see it? Okay, because I send it through my phone and my computer. Okay, something's funny. Maybe it's my settings. I'll fix it, Soleil. Just, if I don't see it, let me know that I didn't see, okay? I'll check my settings. Because if you can see it through my text or my computer and my phone, then maybe it's me. Maybe I'm setting the settings. It might have been me. I'll check the settings, okay? I'll figure out what's going on. Yeah, that is crazy. How can you see my text? I'll figure out what's going on. I'll figure it out. At least we know. Hold on. Oh, she sent me a gift? Okay. I can end it in a couple of minutes. I'll go again live tomorrow. Tomorrow's my last live, so. You can text me, Mom. I can go off for a minute. You want to text me? What is she? I'm not going to say her name just because of privacy, but what did she send? You want to text me or no? I can get off right now and go back in. Hold on.
non-citizens to vote. In fact, they have also been unwilling to share that, nor have they, and they've also been unwilling to explain how.
Would you like me to?
In what way they separated.
Oh, okay.
Voter registration files.
Hold on for a second.
Who are non-citizens who are allowed to vote there, and how it is that they make sure that they're not voting in federal elections. All those things could contribute. We have to assume.
Yeah, I see it, Mom. I see it. Hold on. All right. For all of you that's new here, I'll be right back. Stand by. I'll be right back.
Changing that is not an essential characteristic of the bill, nor would it. I can't imagine that making some minor tweaks to that, how that works. Well, I don't think it would do anything to make it impassable in the House. So I'm open to considering whatever. We're on the House. So we're on the House passed version. I have not looked at that and found that deficient. But what I'm saying is, if somebody identifies something that could or should be added to it, that would get more votes. I'm open. Well, I think it's one of many provisions in there that is designed to make the impact on the voter and or on the participating jurisdictions easier. I know there's complaint about it. Yeah, I haven't heard. Yeah.
I'm coming. You forgot about me?
Yeah. Well, first of all, because of Senator Houston, it's a great idea on this. They'll have their chance this afternoon. Just state their position on that. State their position on whether to support that and what they would do with the rest of it. If your question to me is, would I walk away from the rest of the bill and say, oh, okay, well, we got this, never mind. No. We're going to continue to push the rest of the legislation. If we can get that passed separately, fantastic. We'll focus on the rest of the provisions. The two things are necessary for different reasons. And there again, if somebody comes up with a good faith, productive suggestion about how we can make those provisions better, I'm all ears. I'm open to suggestions. But the freestanding independent concerns would remain. It would be fantastic if we get this win. They shouldn't object. They should allow this to become law, and I think the country would be better off for it, and then we could move on to the other items. So I'm not going to walk away from the rest of it, because the whole reason we're here, what started the original SAVE Act was this realization of a confluence of events and changes in law and the interpretation of law over the last 33 years since NPR was passed, that have resulted in 30 million plus non-citizens in the United States. 10 to 15 million of them came into this country unlawfully between 2021 and 2025 alone. And then the Supreme Court's ruling in Arizona versus Tribal Council of Arizona, where they said that if you bullshit job, matches come from the site rated number 1. Need your badge on that is an independent freestanding problem. There may be multiple ways of addressing that. We've come up with a way that we think is fair. It's easy to comply with, makes it easier to vote and hard to cheat, but no, we're not going to walk away from that. Yes, absolutely, emphatically. There's nothing more pressing. Now, there are only a couple of things that are likely to interrupt it, but they'd interrupt it momentarily. Obviously, still very much wanting to get DHS funded. Those discussions are still ongoing. We can toggle back and forth if when a deal is reached on that, and I hope it is. And then Mark Lane Mullen's confirmation vote, we can toggle in and out of that and get that done, but we can go right back to this. Answer your question as to how long? As long as it takes. As long as it takes to get it passed. With legislation that is this popular, as people from both parties, among every demographic, among regionally, racially, party affiliation, male, female, we have an obligation to do everything we can to get this passed. In the case of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, not the same bill, different context. I don't need to overdo the comparison. They stayed on that for 60 days.
And near the close of that 60-day process, when people were worn down, the members opposing it, it was a 32-vote cloture deficit that they faced. The members who had been opposing it for that long, got worn down, not just physically exhausted, but they also became tired of opposing a bill that was getting more popular. As people saw more about it, as they saw that the arguments against the bill weren't working and weren't good. And so in order to save face and in order to address some of their concerns, they proposed amendments. Those amendments were adopted. They closed the 32-vote cloture deficit. If they could do that on a bill that's much more complex, groundbreaking, was less popular, between 51 and 54% at the time it was passed by the House in March of 1964, and they were able to close a 32-vote cloture deficit, we can do that with a much simpler bill, a more popular bill that has a mere 10-vote cloture deficit. Well, no, I mean, look, this is part of what the amendment process does. The amendment process allows us to consider changes to conditions. And I think we'll see. But I think the amendment process itself will be informative of what can pass as an amendment and what could still pass to whatever degree the bill is modified. Yes, sir. Right. That's how they finished the job in 64. Enough came over, they were able to achieve the closure. Oh, maybe I misunderstood your question. If your question is, we're going to leave the rest of it once we get voter ID passed, no, I mean, we got to keep debating until it passes or until it becomes apparent that we've done everything we can. We're nowhere near that. But I'm told I've got time for one more question. We've got it. Move on. Let's see. I don't remember who was first. One of you two was first. Let's just hit both of these and then. Well, we're having conversations. It's not yet certain how that vote will turn out and what negotiations might ensue, but we're having conversations. Or what amendments will vote on. Yeah. But look, it's a popular bill, and popular bills create their own organic support bases. Every time I talk to activist people who support this, I'm like a broken record, telling them, ask for flies with honey and with vinegar, and I recommend encouragement and focusing on the positive elements of the bill. They do what they do, it is what it is. Thanks so much. Thanks.
All right, we did want to bring that to you as Senate Republicans were discussing the Save America Act. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on these top stories will be returned. us here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, we heard from House Democrats as they discussed what they was going to attempt by the age floor meeting as Epstein's lawyer was being deposed by those members of the House. Let's listen to oath in front of the committee. So let me be clear to Pam Bondi. You are required by the law to appear in front of Congress, and if you do not, we will hold you in contempt and we will pursue justice. This is not optional. Let us be clear about that. Now, I want to talk just for a few moments about a few pieces about why DOJ is failing to comply and what I believe are some of the important threads in this deposition. First and foremost, this committee issued a subpoena on August 5th requiring the release of all unredacted Epstein files. The Department of Justice has not complied with that subpoena. We then passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act on a bipartisan basis, and President Trump signed it. The Department of Justice has not complied with even half of the required files that they need to release to the Congress. And now we have Pam Bondi saying in front of the committee yesterday that she will not commit to comply with a congressional subpoena. So we are putting the U.S. Department of Justice on notice. Secondly, I want to talk about the allegations against Donald Trump and how this relates to the deposition today. I believe that there is more than one allegation of rape by a minor in the Epstein files involving President Trump. Today, the ranking member talked about Jane Doe 4, which is a known FBI investigation in which a minor who was an adult by the time the FBI interviewed her alleges that Donald Trump attempted to rape her, as well as Jeffrey Epstein. But in the estate files that were transmitted to the committee months ago, there was also evidence of a lawsuit and a restraining order against Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. I asked today the attorney in this deposition if these were two different individuals, and he could not confirm. I believe these are two different allegations involving two different minors. If that is indeed the case, that means that there is not just one allegation of rape of a minor by President Donald Trump. It means there is two in the existing Epstein files, one at the Department of Justice and two inside of the estate files that were transmitted to the committee. And the continued unwillingness of the Department of Justice and the President to answer basic questions about this case are evidence of a continued cover-up. And there is nothing that the President has said or done or anything in these files that has exonerated him or shown that any law enforcement agent has exonerated him from culpability in either or both of those cases. Finally, New Mexico has begun to reopen a criminal investigation at Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, which was one of the many properties in which Jeffrey Epstein committed acts of sexual abuse against minors, both girls and boys. We know that there was not only criminal allegations brought to the FBI and DOJ, but there was also a civil suit involving an allegation against Jeffrey Epstein at the ranch. Mr. Indike, who is in the room being deposed right now, managed the ranch properties, and I asked a number of questions about what happened at Zorro Ranch. And I will say this, although I can't speak to what was specifically on the record, I was told today by Mr. Indike's attorneys that they were not even aware that the U.S. Department of Justice asked to drop New Mexico's case against Jeffrey Epstein. And so whether that is true, we cannot verify it, but all of this points to the fact that nobody is talking, nobody is telling the truth, nobody is helping us get real answers, and so the cover-up continues.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Yasmin, and sorry, I represent Arizona's 3rd District. Every time we go through one of these depositions, it becomes abundantly clear that we are in the midst of the most egregious cover-up in American history. Darren Indike, just like Richard Kahn, just like Les Wexner, these are 3 men who played a major role in Jeffrey Epstein's life and a major role in enabling him to be able to rape and abuse likely over 1,000 children. And every single time, whether it be Les Wexner, who is the billionaire financier of Jeffrey Epstein, whether it be today with Mr. Indike, the impression that they give off and their demeanor and the vibe they are portraying is that they were just there, they were just, casually around, they did some work for him, but they didn't know anything, they had no clue, they were not, Les Wexner told us they had no personal relationship, there was no friendship today. Mr. Indike is, he's just a family lawyer, and he heard about some allegations back, in the mid 2000s, but he didn't really think anything of them. And they have stood by him throughout the entirety of this. They continue to have this, unbelievable loyalty and defensiveness, but also covering up what truly happened. And my line of questioning today was about what knowledge Mr. Indike had of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Can't go into the details, but when the transcribed interview comes out, I think that's important to look at, and how he discusses the allegations that have been made against President Trump by, at the time, minors. This is very, very concerning to me. And I will just end by saying that I am extremely disappointed in how Republican Chairman Comer is handling this investigation. The vast majority of these subpoenas and where we're at with this investigation is because Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have been pushing it over and over and relentlessly. We have not backed down from this. And last night what we saw was unbelievable. They were absolutely trying to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche to use this fake hearing as a way to get out of the deposition. That is unacceptable. We are demanding that Attorney General Pam Bondi come forward on April 14th for a deposition under oath to answer questions in front of the American people.
Thank you, everyone. Dave Mann, California 47, and I'm an attorney, a former law professor. Had the chance to ask a few different lines of questions earlier with Mr. Indike. And I have to say, I'm very surprised that he did not take the Fifth Amendment. I think it's very likely he perjured himself over and over and over again. And just to give you a few examples, I'm not going to go into detail, but he claimed, and I think this is in the statement you all received, that he had no knowledge of any women or girls, and yet that doesn't account for the fact that numerous women have described how he helped them fix their problems. One woman had described how he had helped her get an apartment. He helped women with their immigration issues. He reportedly told a number of women not to talk to the police when the police started investigating Epstein. It's just not credible to claim that you had no knowledge of what was happening. I asked, among other things, about the $725,000 that he withdrew in cash at the maximum level of $7,500 per withdrawal that doesn't trigger federal reporting. He couldn't describe what that was for, just kind of, again, claim no knowledge, and don't want to get into the details. You'll read the transcript, but this is just not credible. What is also really something that is incredible is that the FBI and Department of Justice had never interviewed Mr. Indike or Mr. Khan, even though these people were central figures in the Epstein files and the scandal around the rapes, the human trafficking, and all that. And I just want to applaud Robert, Jasmine, Summer Lee, who's not here with us, because it's under their leadership that we are moving forward right now. And I think what has become crystal clear over the course of these last few depositions is that these people are going to lie to us over and over and over. And what is really important is that we get the documents, because the documents are the things that can actually show us what actually happened here. I suspect he's going to give a few more hours of saying how he knows nothing in defiance of actual evidence showing he knew a lot. I think he, again, is perjuring himself. If I was advising him, I'd tell him to take the Fifth Amendment, because I believe he's guilty of perjury. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Walkinshaw.
Thank you, James Walkinshaw, Virginia's 11th District. Look, Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation would not have been possible without Mr. Indike's services. Legal services, yes, but as we heard today and has been reported, he was a personal fixer for Jeffrey Epstein, fixing any problem that existed in his life. And he would have us believe, much like President Trump, that despite the long and in-depth relationship that he had with Mr. Epstein for 23 years,
that he saw no evil or heard no evil about the crimes that were being committed. Personally, after 2 hours of hearing that, I find it very hard to believe. He claims they had no personal friendship or relationship and it was all business. Yet, we know that Jeffrey Epstein paid Mr. Endight nearly $45 million over the time that he worked for him. On top of that, Epstein's will leaves Endight $50 million. Hard to believe they didn't have a personal relationship or friendship when he was paid $95 million for legal services. I don't buy it. This cover-up needs to end. Attorney General Bondi needs to follow the law. She said she'll follow the law. The law is clear. Comply with the subpoena. Show up on April 14th. Answer questions under oath.
All right, so we did want to play a portion of that out for you as House Democrats were there taking time to speak about what happened inside of that closed-door meeting as the House Democrats were in front of Epstein's lawyer, able to ask him several questions, and then moving ahead, saying that next month they would like to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi to come speak as well. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, much more on today's top stories and breaking news. Stay with us.
What? Did you see the video? Did you see the video?
Here on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do have to get to some breaking news that I now want to put up on your screen. This is courtesy of an update with Fox News. This just now coming down that Fox is now announcing that the remains have been found in Barcelona that have been identified as missing University of Alabama student Jimmy Gracie, according to those local authorities. And so I want to put this up on your screen, but a spokesperson there for the regional police officially confirmed that the remains discovered today at Fort Olympic have been identified as belonging to Jimmy Gracie. The 20-year-old University of Alabama junior was reported missing earlier this week. This is after his friends say that they last saw him around 3 a.m. on Tuesday at the waterfront there in the area. We do know that the group had traveled to Europe for spring break to visit friends who were studying abroad in Barcelona. I do want to put this up on your screen, some video and images that we have of Jimmy Gracie. These have been given to us courtesy of Fox News Digital as they've been speaking with some of the friends and family around Jimmy Gracie. And so it was around Thursday evening local time when a worker there at Fort Olympic, which is an area that's adjacent to the beach outside of the club where Gracie was last seen, ran out and waved down police officers pointing in the direction that he came from. Officers in that time put up some crime scene tape, and brought in a marked vehicle that was able to corner off the scene. Divers were also seen entering the water with a stretcher around 7:05 p.m. local time, and then returned to the dock with a body bag just about 10 minutes later. And at that time, it had appeared to be full. Ultimately, we do know that in a statement that was released to Fox earlier today, the Gracie family did not address the latest development, but also still expressed thanks for the widespread and international support that they've been offered this week. I do want to read that out for you as well, saying this, quote, "We are so grateful for the kindness and concern that has been shown for our family during this incredibly difficult time. We have made the decision to pause media interviews at this time to focus on being together and caring for one another. Thank you for respecting our privacy and holding our family and your thoughts and prayers. We will share updates if and when we are able to." And so once again, this was the latest update that we have. I'm going to put this on your screen from Fox News Digital. Michael Louise continuing to give those updates on his X account, saying that the Catalan police did confirm that they had recovered an unidentified body amid the search for missing University of Alabama student Jimmy Gracie. Since we do know that local authorities have officially identified that body as Gracie. He was last seen around 3 a.m. on Tuesday. Once again, if we get any additional updates or statements from family members or those who were close to Jimmy Gracie, we'll make sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, I want to continue on with our top stories. This next one takes us back to Capitol Hill. I want to put up this live vantage point we have as we're listening into debate that's currently happening on the floor as lawmakers have been discussing the Save America Act. Let's listen in.
Elections should be decided by Americans. The answer is yes. For a dozen years, Mississippi voters have produced photo IDs before they vote, and they do so with the knowledge that this simple act helps to ensure the integrity of their vote. This is the same goal at the heart of the Save America Act. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Let's defend the ballot box and restore confidence in our elections. The right to vote in this great nation belongs to the citizens of this great nation. I yield the floor.
All right, as you see there, we are listening into those different senators as they've been stepping up to the microphone at different portions of the day as they're debating the Save America Act.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of our colleague and my dear friend, United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, and President Donald J. Trump's nominee to be the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Senator Markwayne Mullin. Many in this chamber have had the opportunity to get to know Markwayne, and that is both a privilege and something that doesn't take long. Because with Markwayne, what you see is what you get. He is authentic in every interaction, and he has never met a stranger. Markwayne and I became not only fast friends as freshman members of the Senate, but importantly, we became real friends. Over the past few years, my husband Wesley and I have cherished getting to share memories and that same level of friendship with his wonderful wife and much better half, Christy, and their 6 children. Both personally and professionally, Markwayne Mullin is the real deal. He is a man of faith and deep conviction, a devoted husband and father, whether it is coaching his children at their wrestling matches, being home when his girls get picked up for their homecoming dance, making doctor's appointments across the country, or leaving our freshman dinners early enough to get home to do FaceTime devotions with his boys. Markwayne makes sure that his family always comes first. He is honest, loyal, selfless, and principled. All of the qualities of a true leader and public servant. But to really understand the kind of leader that Mark Wayne is, you need to start from his roots. Throughout his life, he and his beautiful family have poured so much of their time, energy, and efforts into serving their community, state, and our great nation. Oklahomans first sent Mark Wayne to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2012, and nearly a decade after that sent him here to the United States Senate. His constituents recognized that he was uniquely positioned to represent them because his story is similar to theirs. He is a true son of Oklahoma. Growing up in Westville, he began his education on a wrestling scholarship to Missouri Valley. But when his father got sick, he left his scholarship immediately and went home to run his family business. He didn't hesitate. He knew it was the right thing to do. And he and Christy, who has been part of his success since day one, took a struggling business and turned it around over the next 20 years, making it the largest provider company in the region. They built that family business into an incredible success. His grit is absolutely unmatched, and he never backs down from a cause, a person, or a principle that he believes in. Mark Wayne is driven by purpose, and there is no challenge, no matter how great, that he's afraid of. Mark Wayne has already stepped up twice to serve the United States, both in Congress and here in the Senate, and now he has answered the call again by accepting the incredible responsibility of running the Department of Homeland Security as its secretary. As chair of the Senate DHS Appropriations Subcommittee, I can say from personal experience that navigating the Department of Homeland Security is no small task. It is one of the largest and most complex federal agencies in our government, and the responsibilities span from our border to interior enforcement, to disaster response, to counterterrorism, to cybersecurity, to the protection of our nation's leaders, and more. Leading this department at this point in our country's history will require a leader willing and able to solve the issues facing our nation. And that's why I'm here today, to tell you that Mark Wayne is not only qualified, but that I know without a shadow of a doubt that he's the right person at the right time to lead this department. It is worth noting that as I speak today, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. Mark Wayne is no stranger to tackling challenges, and he's repeatedly demonstrated incredible skill in the way that he approaches them here in this chamber. Over the past several years here in the Senate, he hasn't just served his constituency back home, he's also served as a liaison between this body and the House and the White House, trying to figure out what was possible and find a pathway forward. His ability to build relationships on both sides of the aisle and having the tenacity to figure out what to do and how to do it is why Leader Thune tapped him to serve on his leadership team, and why Whip Barrasso has him as a deputy whip. Mark Wayne doesn't just talk about problems or issues that we are facing, he puts in the work and the time to find real solutions. It's a rare breed in this town, and something we undoubtedly need more of. With strong relationships on both sides of the aisle, he's willing to sit down with anyone, anywhere, and figure out a pathway forward. His strong character, love for our country, and determination is exactly what this nation deserves in our leaders. President Trump was elected to a second term with a clear mandate, and that was to secure our border and to protect us from threats here in our interior and abroad. I have absolute confidence in Mark Wayne's ability to carry out that mission at the Department of Homeland Security. He believes in our laws. He believes in enforcing them. He knows the way you do it matters, and Mark Wayne is committed to doing it the right way. From our ICE and CBP officers to our Coast Guard service members, to the men and women at FEMA, to our cybersecurity personnel at CISA, to our hardworking Secret Service agents, to our TSA officers, and so many more. Mark Wayne will never back down from supporting you, the men and women who serve this department, the men and women who stepped up to say, we want to be a part of the mission, securing our border and protecting our homeland. He will never back down from the responsibility of ensuring the safety and security of our American citizens. He will never back down from the mission of protecting our most valuable asset, our people. He's not going to back down from protecting his family, and I can promise you, he will not back down from protecting yours. I believe he is going to be the best and most consequential secretary the Department of Homeland Security has ever seen. I look forward to seeing his leadership and the success he's going to bring to our nation. And I look forward to supporting his nomination in the coming days here on this floor, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I want to thank President Trump for nominating such a tremendous man and leader. And Mr. President, I look forward to brighter days ahead because of Mark Wayne's leadership. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
All right, so we did want to play out some of those moments there from Senator Katie Britt, the Republican from Alabama, speaking on her support for DHS Secretary nominee Senator Mullen. Of course, we did carry that session in full both days as we were listening in to some of those conversations around Senator Mullen and possibly taking that position. We do want to continue on with our other top stories that we're following. Now taking you out to this live vantage point that we have there overlooking the skyline in Tel Aviv. We do know that the conflict in Iran and across the Middle East is now disrupting global oil supplies. And drivers here at home are also now facing the highest prices at the pump in over 2 years. This is all according to AAA. The national average is now jumping once again for the 19th straight day. Let's now check in with Fox's Oliviana Colmes, who's there in Illinois, where gas is now about $4 a gallon. Oliviana, we do know that those analysts are also now saying that this is probably time to start keeping a much closer eye on the budget as we're dealing with some of these new updates.
Yeah, Christina, of course you want to just hope that the gas price will be about the same every month, but right now that's just not the case. Here in Illinois, it's over $4 as the average. Behind me, this is about $3.99 at this gas station. But we're looking at what the International Energy Agency calls the largest supply disruption for years in the global oil market, and families are saying they're already starting to feel the strain.
The average household fills up generally approximately once a week. We're talking about, Americans that live paycheck to paycheck are going to have to start cutting back. So this is something that continues to grow.
If Dehan says families may need to start deciding to travel less or watch more on the money side. That's because as gas prices rise for drivers, so does diesel prices for truckers carrying everyday goods. He says it's only a matter of time before prices for those start rising too. You mentioned that national average today is $3.88. That's 4 cents more than yesterday and up almost $1 from a month ago. The last time gas was this expensive was 2023. Brent crude, the international standard, climbed up again today because of the war in Iran. It touched $119 per barrel this morning before pulling back a bit lower, but it's way above that roughly $70 number where it was just weeks ago. And President Trump and other countries trying to do some short-term fixes to make it less crazy when you go to the pump right now. But really, the biggest issue right now is safe passageway through the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is a global oil route. Christina.
All right, and so we appreciate Fox's Oliviana Colmes, I'm sure able to interact with several drivers there who are worried about their budget as they're heading to the pumps. Thanks so much, Oliviana. All right, I wanted to give you that update here on Live Now from Fox. I also want to put this up on your screen, as she did just mention the Strait of Hormuz. We have a vantage point here that allows us to see the the traffic in real time as that is now being monitored across the Middle East. As you can see there, it's decently empty as we're continuing to watch how all of this is unfolding. We do know, though, that today, leading European nations, alongside Japan, issued a joint statement declaring their, quote, readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts, end quote, to ensure the safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So that the statement was from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, as well as Japan, as they are now also adding on that they condemn in the strongest terms recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels there in the Gulf and attacks on civilian infrastructure. That's including oil and gas installations and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. The allies are also now calling on Iran to cease immediately if threats or laying of mines, drones, and missile attacks and other attempts to block the Strait of Hormuz. We do know that since this conflict started back on February 28th, Iran has repeatedly targeted energy infrastructure across the Persian Gulf area and threatened shipping there through the strait, which is a vital global trade route. I do want to put this up on your screen as well, thankful of courtesy of our partners there at Reuters Business, saying that oil prices rose over 6% this after Iran attacked energy facilities across the Middle East and retaliation for its strikes on its South Pars gas field. And so we do know that earlier in a press conference today, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who did speak a bit about those attacks, saying that President Trump was not included on that and that was an Israeli mission. But we wanted to make sure we're able to give you all of those updates here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, want to continue on with our coverage here today and take you back out to our nation's capital. Putting this up on your screen, that's another live vantage point that we have as debate is still currently ongoing there on the Senate floor. Let's listen in.
We are, whether it's to board a plane, check into a hotel, start a new job, drive, or even visit the doctor's office. No one views these steps as extraordinary. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, maybe, but no longer. No one sees them as controversial. Applying similar standards to our elections is not radical, it's just common sense. The Save America Act ensures that those who are registered to vote are actually those who are eligible to vote. It ensures that the person who shows up to cast a vote, a ballot, is in fact who they say they are. And these are not extreme ideas. They're very practical. Reasonable steps that align with how we secure other important aspects of our society. In fact, more than 80% of Americans support ID requirements, including a strong majority of Americans. And the majority of states, including my state of West Virginia, already require some form of ID to vote, as we have for years. Let me turn to the other core principle of this bill, and one that I believe most Americans consider simply fundamental. Only American citizens should be able to vote in our federal elections. It's not a partisan statement. It's a basic premise of what it means to have a sovereign democracy. Voting is one of the most important rights that we gain as citizens. Whether you're a born citizen, a naturalized citizen, it is a precious right. And with that right comes the responsibility to ensure that it is reserved only for those who are legally eligible. The Save America Act makes that expectation explicit by requiring proof of citizenship at the point of registration. Again, not complicated, it's not controversial, it's basic, it's common sense. It's about ensuring the integrity of our federal elections is not just protected on election day, but it's protected at the front end of the voting process. As I said, it seems common sense because it is. And you might wonder why we would need a policy to enforce this. But in 19 states, individuals who entered our country illegally are able to obtain driver's license to pass.
Some rides start on pavement and end up somewhere else. I don't really think about it. I'll go places I might have passed on before, and I end up riding longer than I planned.
To vote, proof of citizenship to register, and requiring states to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls. Americans do not want illegals to vote. In fact, 62% of Americans support proof of citizenships in order to register to vote. The bill also addresses an issue that has generated a lot of discussion in recent years, which is absentee or mail-in voting. Let me be clear, this legislation does not eliminate absentee voting or mail-in voting. There are legitimate reasons why people vote like this. Could be an illness, disability, military service, being away from home for business or pleasure, or other hardships that prevent someone from voting in person. These voters have absolutely need to continue to have access to the ballot. But what the bill does is draw a clear line between access and abuse. In some states, we've seen practices that go well beyond traditional absentee voting. That includes mass, unsolicited mailing of ballots to individuals who not request them. Let's say you had a family of 5. Let's say the kids have left, all 3 of them. They're still registered. Get 5 ballots. You'd send them in. That's fraud. Or it includes also automatically enrolling voters in advance in absentee voting simply because they had used it once before.
All right, as you see, they're listening into that debate that's ongoing there on the Senate floor, listening into the senators talking about the Save America Act. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, my colleague Mike Page will be with you. Thanks so much for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back then to Live Now from Fox, everyone. A live look here at the White House. So we're a little bit later this evening. President Trump will be hosting the Prime Minister of Japan for dinner. We will bring you any remarks that are made as well as visuals that will be coming around 7:15 Eastern on Live Now from Fox this evening. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today, where we continue to bring you live feeds, top stories, and of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered here as well. All right, let's go back out to the Senate floor, where senators continue to debate the Save America Act. Let's listen in.
We're starting to see this with a small cadre of TSA agents. The men and women who ensure the safety of millions of travelers every day are being asked to do their jobs with uncertainty hanging over their head. We're heading into a holiday season here where a lot of families are traveling. This is only going to escalate. We've got FEMA The Coast Guard and thousands of law enforcement officers operating during a time when Americans expect and deserve effective emergency response. Let's be clear what is at stake here. This shutdown weakens America's border security. It undermines maritime security. It erodes our readiness to respond to emergencies. We should not be playing politics with our national security. We should not be gambling with the safety of our own citizens. The Americans expect us to lead here. They expect us to govern. That means get things done. And they expect us to come together, especially when the security of our homeland is on the line. It is imperative that we fund DHS immediately, not tomorrow, not after another round of negotiations or shadow negotiations. So let's just set aside the politics. Let's fulfill our most basic responsibility to protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to end this shutdown, restore stability, and put the safety of our nation first. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the Democrat whip.
Mr. President, did you hear what the president said about this piece of legislation? It's entitled Save America Act. How important it is to him? Earlier this week on social media, President Trump said, quote, "Only sick, demented, or deranged people in the House or Senate could vote against the Save America Act." And then he threatened, not to me, but to on the other side of the aisle, to sink any Republican who doesn't fall in line. Here's what he said: "I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against this legislation." What's going on here? What is it about this bill that the president is so exercised about? Why is he saying these outrageous and exaggerated things? I'll tell you. Because this legislation is the crown jewel in a grand scheme to rig the results of the upcoming midterm election. Some of my Republican colleagues have come to the floor to defend it, saying it's necessary to safeguard our elections. So let's just look at the facts. Facts. Let's pick a period of time. How about from 1999 to 2023, 24 years in American history. Every 2 years we have an election cycle. And 80 to 100,000 people are going to register to vote in each of those 2-year cycles. 80 to 100 million, excuse me, are going to register in those 2-year cycles. So in the period of time between 1999 and 2023, 24 years, 12 different election cycles, and millions of people registering to vote in the United States, how many were discovered to be falsifying their country of origin and to be illegal and unqualified to vote? Take a guess. 7 million, right? No. Well, 700,000. No. How about 700? No. 77 people were found to try to falsify where they were from to vote in a 24-year period of time. 77 in 24 years. And you say to yourself, and so this bill is a death by legislation for us, take it or leave it? I don't buy it. There's something more to the story. When I got involved in politics, the fellow who used to counsel me said, "Durbin, when you get in politics, there's always a good reason and a real reason. The good reason is voter fraud. But 77 in 24 years, we get the cleanest, most accurate elections in the world. We ought to be proud of it. There's only one man who disagrees with that. He happens to be the president. He still has this big lie concept that he won in 2020. He'll go to his grave believing he won in 2020, but he didn't. He lost fair and square. He just can't accept defeat. It's beyond me. So you say to yourself, what does this bill do? Well, what this bill does is establish a standard for registering to vote in America. The current standards generated 77 violations in 24 years. They want to change them all. And you go through the first few pages, and the way they approach it is amazing. One, you want to register to vote? Present your passport. Well, guess what? More than half of Americans don't have a passport. You say, well, go buy a passport then.
What's that involve? $165 fee to pay for a passport in this country. If you want an expedited passport, it's another $60. So in order to vote, you have to buy a passport. You have to pay for a passport. It's kind of like a poll tax, isn't it? $165 if I want to vote in November. No thanks, I'll spend it on gasoline. I don't need to buy any passport. But that's what the bill says. It's one of the first provisions. And the second thing you can produce is your birth certificate to show you were born in the United States. Do you know where yours is? I don't know where mine is at home. It's in the box somewhere in the bedroom. I'll have to go looking for it. And if I find it, I'm okay. My wife's got a problem with hers. It has a maiden name on there. She got married to me a few years back, happily I hope, and she doesn't identify by her maiden name any longer. But to prove she was born here, she's going to have to do some fancy footwork with documents to prove it. So I looked at this, and the interesting thing is what this is all about. There's a belief in the White House among the political leaders that they're going to do poorly in the November election. So they want to change the rules and they want to keep some people from voting. How do you keep people from voting? Well, you set hurdles up like this. Give you an example. We have more support in the African American community than the Republicans do. So if the Republicans want to enhance their chances of winning, they want to diminish the African American vote. So let's take a look at a few statistics. When it comes to passports, 42% of white Americans have a passport, 34% of African Americans. So if you demand the passport as proof to register to vote, it puts them in a slight disadvantage, doesn't it? How about birth certificates? 6 to 7% of all U.S. adults, that's 15 to 18 million, are in a situation they have no easy access to proof by birth certificate. 6 to 7% of all U.S. adults. 11% when it comes to people of color. What's the problem? Some of them were born in the South. Some of them were born in segregated hospitals. Some of them were given birth certificates and some were not. So there's a slight bias against African Americans when it comes to birth certificates. Well, how about government issued photo IDs? 8% of white Americans don't have government issued photo IDs. 8%. 25% of all African Americans do not. How about low income people who may be inclined to vote for Democrats, perhaps? They're less likely to be able to prove their citizenship than those who are better off. So it is an algorithm, it's a bias that is built into this bill that says it'll be less likely that the people who are going to vote Democrat are going to register to vote. That's why it's so important to this president. That's why he's threatening members of his party. If you don't vote for it, they'll never support you. He feels that strongly about it. But I don't think it's fair. It's fundamentally unfair. If only 77 cases of voter fraud in 24 years, why in the world are we doing this? Why are we changing the rules? Why are we creating obstacles? Why are we forcing people to spend hundreds of dollars to go buy a passport so they can register to vote? If you are illegally in America, and most people who overwhelmingly are, then you shouldn't face these obstacles. That's what this is all about, and it ought to come to an end with a big no vote on this floor. I'll be voting no. I'm sorry, the president won't be supporting me, but I'm not running again anyway. I yield the floor.
All right, we have been listening to senators continue to debate the Save America Act. We just heard from Senator Dick Durbin, and now let's continue on here on Live Out the Box.
What it should be called is the Save Trump Act. This bill is not about protecting elections. It is about making it harder for eligible Americans to vote. And Republicans know it. Right now, my Republican colleagues are trying to hide the ball. They talk about voter ID at the polls as if that is all this bill requires. But that is not the case. That is not the truth. The truth is that this bill requires every American, millions of Americans, to provide documentary proof of citizenship, like passports or birth certificates, in person, just to register to vote. Okay? Right now, we have a situation where millions of Americans are voting, but suddenly that is not going to be okay. This bill will require every American to re-register, register, and show proof of citizenship. So Republicans are hoping that Americans will know the difference between having to show a photo ID when voting and the requirement to prove citizenship in order to even register to vote. Let me be clear. This bill is not just about showing a picture ID when voting. This bill is about having to prove citizenship in person before you can even register to vote. The SAVE Act will make it harder, more expensive, certainly less convenient to register to vote. Republicans know this. This is the part that the Republicans are not talking about as they continue to sell the SAVE Act as a voter ID bill. It's the part that Republicans are hoping people will not notice or understand until it is too late. Until they are told, wait a minute, you can't even go to the polls or you can't even vote unless ahead of time you register by proving your citizenship. So, because once Americans do understand what this bill does, it becomes clear. This bill is not about securing our elections. It is about controlling which Americans get to participate in them through imposing onerous voter registration requirements. And let's be very clear about something else. Non-citizen voting in federal elections is already illegal. It is a federal crime. If a non-citizen illegally votes in a federal election, they could be prosecuted and even sentenced up to 5 years in prison. Who is going to commit this kind of fraud knowing that they could be in prison for 5 years? And as my colleague just mentioned, my colleague from Illinois, there have been so few of these kinds of so-called fraud in the years that millions and millions of people have been voting. So Republicans would like the American people to believe that non-citizens are voting in our elections in the thousands. The truth is, non-citizen voting is extremely rare to be practically non-existent. The Cato Institute found that voting by non-citizens in the United States is virtually non-existent. The Heritage Foundation found fewer than 70 instances of it over a 40-year period. Think about it. Millions of people vote every year, and the Heritage Foundation, only 7 instances in over 40 years of people voting. That amounts to 1/10,000th of the over 1 billion votes cast during that same period. And we all know the Cato Institute and the Heritage Foundation are not liberal think tanks. In continuing their claims of mass voter fraud necessitating this bill, Republicans are perpetuating a lie about something that is practically non-existent and already illegal. So why are Republicans so obsessed with passing this bill? Why is Donald Trump calling it, quote, one of the most important and consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress? Because he and the Republicans know that their agenda, gutting Medicaid, slashing SNAP, taxing us through illegal tariffs, and dragging us into an illegal war, these are all deeply unpopular with the American people. It's so unpopular that people will be motivated, fear that the Republicans have, that people will be motivated to vote against this agenda and vote for Democrats. Republicans know that when more people vote, they lose. So instead of changing their policies and actually listening to what the American people really need, which is things like lowering housing costs, food costs.
You've been listening in here on the Senate floor for the debate that has been going on the last couple of days for the Save America Act. We'll continue to check in for you right here on live now from Fox. We are going to
The sun on my face, the wind in my feathers, the savings in my wallet.
The Artemis rollout will be happening in just a little bit. It is the long and tedious rollout in hopes for an April launch. We'll be back with more on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone. That's you live down from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Fisher. It's great to be with you as we continue to roll on. And next up, we want to talk about Artemis 2 as NASA continuing to target an April 1st launch by sending a crew of astronauts on a historic trip around the moon. But before all of that happens, the rollout needs to take place, and that is what is going to be happening a little bit later tonight. So let's go out to the Space Coast right now. Fox 35 Orlando, Stephanie Buffalmonte joining us here with a breakdown. Stephanie.
Yeah, so we are just 3 hours away from that rollout. It is scheduled for 8 o'clock this evening. Now, I was standing right here about a month ago when it was on the launch pad for a wet dress rehearsal. So before it was brought back to the VAB. So now we all have our fingers crossed. We're hoping everything goes well. And you may be wondering, well, what went wrong? So after Artemis 2 first rolled out to the launch pad in mid-January, the mission was delayed a few times because of problems found during and after 2 wet dress rehearsals. The rocket was rolled back to the vehicle assembly building in late February to fix the latest issues there and has been there since. Once Artemis 2 does launch, it will be a 10-day mission. Artemis 2 will fly humans further from Earth and closer to the moon than they've been in 50 years, with the hopes of taking humans deeper into space than ever before. The rocket is going to be carried by NASA's Crawler Transporter 2 at about 1 mile per hour. So the journey to the launch pad from the VAB could take about 12 hours.
We're going to roll that out. and they have to go slow, and they don't want a lot of winds when they do roll it out. And so that's why the weather is still going to be a watch. But, you know, it's very exciting. 32-story tall stack, and this will be the first time we launch astronauts to the moon in over 50 years. So it's real exciting, and we're really looking forward to it.
Very much looking forward to it. It is very windy out here right now, so we will definitely keep an eye on that as well. The 4 astronauts crewed for the mission are in quarantine right now in Houston. They'll stay there up until 5 days before launch day. Then they will fly to the Kennedy Space Center and continue their quarantine until they launch into space. Now, NASA officials recently said in a press conference they don't plan to have a third wet dress rehearsal, and the tentative launch date is April 1st. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll send it back. They'll stay there up until 5 days before launch day. Then they will fly to the Kennedy Space Center and continue their quarantine.
On live now from Fox. We appreciate it. All right, everyone. We will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now. Stay right here with us. Always more to come in just moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of yours continuing to join us. I'm your host, Mike Page, continuing to bring you some of today's biggest top stories and headlines. One of those top stories that we have been following for you is the synagogue attack that happened out in Michigan. Today there was another big update. So let's go more for that. Right now we are joined by Fox 2 Detroit Scott Wolchek with the latest. Scott.
Hey, Mike, yeah, you know what? This is hard to believe that it was only a week ago that this terrible attack happened. You can actually see the temple behind me still blocked off and secure. They're working on repairs right now. They've got the big Belfort truck. And today's update was really the Oakland County Sheriff, as well as many other religious leaders of all different faiths coming together. First, they wanted to denounce some of has risen since this attack. Now, just to catch you up to speed for viewers at home, remember, this armed gunman drove his pickup truck through the doors of this temple, made his way into the hallway with that truck, and this thing was loaded up with $2,000 worth of fireworks. He opened fire against the security team there, and he ended up taking his own life, according to the FBI. There is a nursery school inside of that temple. All the kids are okay. Nobody else got hurt. However, when those fireworks went off, EMS had to rush in there, and around 60 of them went to the hospital just to be checked out for smoke inhalation. So what else happened today? Well, the temple released some photos from the inside where you could actually see some of the terrible damage that happened to that hallway where it's all burned out. The sprinkler system went off, flooding everything. You can also see some very heartbreaking images from the little daycare center where the kids obviously were in the middle of snack time and they had to get up and get out of there and run over to the country club across the way. So very traumatizing. Thankfully, none of them were hurt. Now, I did have the chance to speak to the sheriff and the rabbi at that press conference. I wanted to ask about the hero of the day. His name is Danny Phillips. He was the security guard in charge, as well as how those repairs are going. Take a listen.
All of our security guards are doing well. Danny himself is recuperating at home and he will make a full recovery. Our building is currently under a restoration phase, and we are actively 24 hours a day doing the initial stages of restoration, and then we'll move to a rebuilding process. There's a lot of work to be done. As you probably know from the videos that were released, the sprinkler system after the initial event went off and was running for hours, so we have an enormous amount of water damage, smoke damage, but we are actively pursuing that work right now.
The only way we get in front of these is someone tells us they saw or heard something. There's a thing we call leakage. There's usually some precursor that someone sees or heard, and it has to be shared robustly.
Yeah, so if you see something, say something. That no matter where you are, that's the type of stuff that officers want to know so they can get ahead of some terrible, terrible things like this. It could have ended much worse at this temple, but it should take another few weeks before they can open their doors once again.
Those stories where you continue to take a look back at, and you are just so happy that nothing really got so worse there. I mean, it could have been just horrible given the images that we saw and what this person really wanted to do inside.
Yes, really, it was terrible. You know, Mike, this was as a journalist, this was my first active shooting scene that I had to go to. It was so scary the moment that we learned that there was a nursery school inside. You know, I've got a 2-year-old of my own. Very terrible thing to think that as a journalist we got to go out there and see what happens. And so it's amazing how the security team was on the ball. The sheriff has been out to this temple many, many times to go over their security plans, and you can see that those security plans were effective. Of course, the guy did get inside. He got that truck inside, but nobody was hurt. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, really, really is. Scott, thanks so much for the updates. We always appreciate it right here on Log Out from Fox. All right, everyone, let's continue to bring you some other live feeds. Let's go on to the Senate floor. We still have active debate going on the Save America Act.
Well, they were held accountable by the authorities. In Nevada, a local news investigation found that out of the more than 7 million votes cast in our elections in Nevada since 2008, the number of votes cast by non-citizens was exactly 2. Not 2,000, not 200, 2. So if you want more proof that this is a massively overblown problem, last year, President Trump's own Justice Department opened an investigation over alleged voter fraud in Nevada during the 2020 presidential election. President Trump lost the state of Nevada in that election by more than 33,000 votes that year. But what did President Trump's Department of Justice find? Well, the investigation closed this January without a single charge of voter fraud. Now, I personally find it curious that there was no investigation in my state into fraud during the presidential 2024 election where President Trump won, only the election that he lost, but so be it. I am here to tell you, we have the most safe and secure elections in the world. And non-citizens are not voting wholesale in them and out there running rampant. We know the data. And not only do we know the data, we have it because they have been successfully investigated and prosecuted when in the extremely rare cases that they are caught. So That's the first argument that my colleagues are saying. So many non-citizens voting, we need this law. That's not true. Here's the second argument. Republican leadership are saying that we need to pass the Save America Act because it is just a voter ID bill. It is just a voter ID bill. And everybody shows ID, no matter what they do. You have to show ID to drive. This is the same thing. Well, let me just tell you, this could not be further from the truth. The reason this bill is so outrageous is because it goes far beyond showing just a driver's license or voter ID when you vote. It is about voter suppression. Here is how the Save America Act hurts our elections. 1, it mandates that the Department of Homeland Security, a federal department, collect voters' personal information and store it in a federal database that has a history of deleting eligible voters from the voter rolls for no reason. 2, this legislation, it makes U.S. citizens jump through unnecessary, burdensome, and sometimes impossible hoops when registering to vote. And 3, it effectively ends widely popular methods of registering to vote to discourage Americans from making their voices heard in our elections, which is a constitutional right. So let me break those down for you. First, Save America Act would force states to turn over all their voter data to the Department of Homeland Security's SAFE program. This is a notoriously unreliable program designed to identify problem voters and then kick them off the voter rolls. This program is not accurate, it's not effective, and it has already disenfranchised hundreds of perfectly eligible voters. What does that mean? It means that Americans who have already been determined by their states to be citizens and who have potentially been voting in their states for years or even decades without an issue, could be removed by the Department of Homeland Security, flagged by the Department of Homeland Security for removal from their state's list of eligible voters. And when they show up to vote on the day that they voted so many years in the same location where they have always gone,
Active debate continues on the Save America Act. We'll continue to check in as this has been going on the last couple of days. A lot of debate, of course, and we'll bring it to you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox, everyone. All right, we will take a 2-minute break. When we come back, find out why The Bachelorette, it was set to premiere on Sunday for a new season. Find out why it is not happening anymore. We'll bring it to you next on Live Now.
now from Fox and your host, Mike Bates. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. Well, ABC, they have ran out of roses. They have pulled out the Bachelorette, who was set to premiere on Sunday, and this is all coming from the fresh domestic violence concerns and allegations also being caught on video. So for more on this, let's go out right now to TMZ's Branson and Worthy with the latest here. I mean, this is talk about months and months of planning, production, and now it will never see the light of day.
Right, I mean, millions of dollars spent on this new season. Everybody was so excited. I'm a big Bachelorette fan myself, but after seeing this disturbing video of Taylor Frankie Ball violently attacking Dakota Mortensen, it's no concern of mine that they should put this out. I mean, watching this video, TMZ did obtain this footage. It goes back to 2023 in the incident where she was arrested and pled guilty to aggravated assaults, and now it's coming to light. This footage is a part of police evidence. We do know that in this video, you're seeing it right there. You see her put Dakota in a headlock. She then pushes him away, charges at him, attempts to kill him. Walk away, grab those bar stools from the kitchen area 3 different times. One connects with Dakota right at the camera, full force, and then 2 others thrown at Dakota. One of those actually apparently hitting her child in the head. Her 5-year-old daughter had been on the couch at the time, and we're told by sources that there was a goose egg lump on the head of her child after that bar stool had hit the head of the child. And I'll say this, you can't see it in the video, but when you hear it, you hear the child start crying. It's very, very difficult to listen to and view.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Branson. Definitely is. And, with reality shows, they do so much background checks on this, especially the ones that are going to star in the series. How do you think this might have looked at perhaps for ABC, and do you think they are regretting this now?
All right, guys, I am back. I apologize for being away for so long, but I am back now. Going to work. I have to do something. There's something that I have to do. So, but I'm back. I'm back here. Excuse me. Hello, Mom. Hello. I am finally back. Hi, Mom. I see you. Welcome back in, Mom. Welcome back in. LOL, you is back, baby. Yes, I'm back. I'm back, Mama. I am back. We are in the building. I'm just playing.
So to have it throw in the trash can, all those dates, it makes you wonder, and I wonder if we'll ever know who she actually picked in this season.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, that remains to be unseen. Branson Quirky, thanks so much for joining us as always on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it.
Mike, gotta correct you. It's Quirk, by the way, at the end there. Quirk without the E. Yeah. All good. Thanks, Mike.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. We will be back here with more on Live Now from Fox in just moments.
That's funny. Welcome back in, Mom. So happy to see you. Very, very happy to see you. Brings me joy when you guys come on here. Come in here. Excuse me. Happy to be here. Yes, I'm happy that you're here. Very happy that you're here, Mom. I'm so happy for my family to join me. Hugs and kisses to you. Hugs and kisses to you, Mom. Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, thank you. Hugs and kisses to you. Same for you, Mom. Same for you. Love you very much.
And welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. America's my face as we continue to roll on. I want to take you out now, still live here on the Senate floor. More aboard the debate on Save America Act.
Excuse me.
Instead of lowering them, kicking millions of Americans off their health care and starting an unauthorized war with no exit strategy. That's an awful record for Donald Trump's Republican Party. And through our elections, Americans have a chance to make their opposition to his policies heard at the ballot box. Trump's Republican Party is trying to prevent them from voting, trying to choke off American votes in a desperate bid to stay in power. This bill goes beyond bad faith. It is just vile. Instead of trying to make Americans' lives better and passing legislation,
Excuse me.
supporting our democracy, our Constitution, President Trump's Republican Party and followers now want to pass this bill and make it extremely difficult for millions of Americans to exercise their right to vote. Why? Because President Trump is afraid of being held accountable by the American people. Save America Act would require states to turn over voter information to the Department of Homeland Security. It would pick millions of eligible voters off the rolls. It would make it infinitely harder for Americans to register to vote, and it would cause chaos in our states. It wouldn't solve a single problem, especially not the ones President Trump and Republican leaders pretend exist. Just the opposite. It would create huge problems for our elections in every state across the country, resulting in voter suppression. Nevadans, all Americans deserve better than this cowardly bill from Republicans trying to run from the issues they created for themselves. That's why my Democratic colleagues and I will not let it pass.
Turkness, Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I appreciate the passion. My friend in color, the distinguished senator from the state of Nevada, puts into her job and to
scrutinizing and debating legislation. I appreciate the concerns that she's expressed. Now, if I believed all the things that she said, or just about any of the things that she said, I'd be concerned too. Fortunately for all of us, the things that she's saying about this bill are either in some instances incomplete, leaving out material information to complete the picture, resulting in a much different impact than has been suggested, or in other cases, they're completely wrong. Let's go back to a few first principles about what the bill actually does. There are two basic precepts of the bill. The fundamental purpose of it is to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We do that through two principal mechanisms in the bill. One requires proof of citizenship upon voter registration, and the other requires voter ID at the time and place of voting. Now, as to the citizenship component, contrary to what was being suggested briefly for a moment, it's almost led to believe in some of her remarks that this would require Americans en masse to go and immediately re-register. Perhaps I misunderstood her on that part. If I did, my apologies, just so that there is no ambiguity at all, so that we're very clear on what it is that it does and what it is that it does not do. It doesn't require mass re-registration if you've already registered to vote. There's nothing about that that's going to invalidate your voter registration. If you move to another state or you otherwise have to register to vote as you would if you have to move, for example, from one state to another, then you will have to register at that point. But there's nothing about your existing registration that's going to be nullified just because this bill becomes law. And on the point of the proof of citizenship, there's been a lot of misunderstanding, some of it in good faith, although the bill itself has just been characterized by my friend and colleague from Nevada as, quote, beyond bad faith and, quote, vile. Those are pretty sweeping accusations, and I don't ever make those lightly on any piece of legislation. If I do, I'm prepared to back them up. Those can't be backed up here. There's nothing about this that is in bad faith. There's nothing about this that is vile. This is dealing with a very common sense problem, a problem that has been many decades in the making. Decades in the making ever since, in some ways, Congress passed the National Voter Registration Act, or NVRA, in 1993, the Motor Voter Law. At the time, it was understood that we could allow participating states, of which nearly all states participate, to set up a process whereby voters could, while applying for a driver's license at their local DMV, also register to vote. After all, it involves some of the same information. You've got to establish who you are when you apply for a driver's license, and also when you register to vote. There are some things that have happened since then that have changed the landscape. One of them has been that 20 years after the enactment of the NVRA, the Supreme Court, in a case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona, concluded that the NVRA preempts out the state's ability to even request any type of documentation or other proof of citizenship. Even if they're aware of circumstances suggesting that would-be voters are in fact not citizens, they're prohibited from doing so. And remember, all you have to do under the NVRA form is sign your name after checking a box saying, yes, I would like simultaneously to register to vote. So if the states are then prohibited from even inquiring into citizenship, attempting to document it, to prove it or otherwise,
386 3439 405.
no way to make this happen. And
Oh, excuse me.
it leaves open the door. We now have an estimated 30 million plus non-citizens residing in this country. And that leads to a Greek development that's relevant to this. Over the years, there were differences of opinion between the states as to whether, to what extent, in what circumstances to offer driver's licenses to non-citizens. In some cases, they would issue them to non-citizens as long as they were lawfully here. In other cases, they wouldn't issue them to any. Over the years, it's evolved to the point where in nearly every state, you can get a driver's license as a non-citizen. And in 19 states, plus the District of Columbia, you can get a
driver's license even if you are in the United States unlawfully. So in light of that fact, in light of the Supreme Court ruling in 2013 saying that the states, even if they have reason to believe some voters are not eligible because they're not citizens, they can't look into it further because the NBRA supposedly preempted them out. As wrong as I think that ruling was, a matter of statutory interpretation, it is conclusive and it stands to this day. And you add to that the fact that we have an estimated 10 or 15 million people enter this country unlawfully between 2021 and 2025. You add all that up together, and it becomes even a little more startling. You realize that in several states, it made a decision to allow non-citizens to vote in some local elections. In those cases, there's still voter registration that goes into that, and those states, along with the most blue states in America, have refused to enter into any kind of memorandum of understanding or otherwise cooperate or enter into a cooperative agreement with federal agencies to ascertain whether, to what extent, in what circumstances, there might be non-citizens registered to vote in their state. Nor have they been willing to cooperate with the federal authorities who manage the so-called SAVE database within the Department of Homeland Security. They haven't been willing to show them any methodology or any techniques that they use in those particular states that allow some non-citizen voting to occur in local elections. Done nothing to show how it is that they separate out those voter registration files.
Right, Senator Mike Lee, Republican from Utah, continuing as debate the Save America Act. We'll keep an eye on that for you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to a Live Now from Fox. And your host, Mike Bates. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. All right, next up, we want to talk about USPS because they're putting out a warning this evening that they are running out of money. So much so that they could run out of money by this time next year, which could mean that no more mail deliveries. Now, the USPS is asking Congress for help before that critical need expires. So for more on this, let's go on to Charlie. North Carolina, that's one by Fox News' Chelsea Torres joining us here with an update.
Hey Mike, well, the Postal Service makes its money from postage stamps and packages and delivery, not taxpayer dollars. So it's considering raising the postage stamps to 95 cents. Currently, they're at 78 cents. USPS is also considering raising package and delivery costs, but as of right now, the agency says this current status quo, it's not working, and they need help and they need it fast.
Delivery days and post offices, we can do that, but someone has to pay for it. One easy action: increasing our borrowing authority buys us time that we can use to best determine what the Postal Service should do to best serve the American public.
Here, under a 1990 law, the Postal Service can only borrow $15 billion from the U.S. Treasury. The Postmaster General argues that number should be double because of inflation. USPS's mail volume has also declined for years as more people turn to other ways to deliver packages. They also blame it on pension obligations, restrictions on investments for retirement funds, and a mandate to deliver to 170 million addresses, regardless of cost. Today, people tell me why they depend on the post office, even if prices could go up.
Seniors who are relying more and more where they say, well, you can get things delivered to your house, your medicines, and that type of thing.
I mean, you have to have it. Sending general things, birthday cards, bills. I don't use the internet or anything for bills.
So besides the possible price hike, USPS also says that they could reduce spending by cutting delivery days and even closing post offices, but even that, they say, might not be enough to get them out of this current financial hole. Mike?
Yeah, Chelsea, it's really something because you look on the weekends there, and it's like, what is there, a hangout going on? No, that's everyone in line at USPS places, even during the week as well. But yeah, that is something how they are in the red right now, and hoping that everything will turn around fast for them. Chelsea, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it as always. All right, everyone, let's continue on. We still have Senator Mike Lee on the Senate floor, continuing to debate the Save America Act. Let's listen in.
If documents will be left out in the cold because you can't find your documents, or they never existed, or you never had them, or your house burned down. Whatever the case, this is taken care of, but this too was ignored by my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Nevada.
Oh, suave. Intenso. Más suave.
Al menos estamos de acuerdo en el sabor refinado del café Santo Domingo. La alegría de vivir en cada taza.
With an American company in the United States of America and has to establish their citizenship under standards using documents that are far less forgiving, far more rigid, far less flexible than what we allow here. Look, it is theoretically possible, not likely, but theoretically possible that there are other ways of establishing citizenship not yet contemplated in this bill that would still do the job. If so, bring those ideas forward. Help us improve the bill. We'd be happy to do it. I think we've made it as easy as we possibly could. But I'd love to hear those ideas, but that's not what we're hearing. They're instead wanting to engage in scaremongering tactics in order to make people fear that they're suddenly going to be disenfranchised, that they're suddenly going to face what some are really disingenuously calling a poll tax, dishonestly suggesting that this will cost anyone money. There's not a reason for anyone to shell out a single dime, a single nickel, a single penny, or fraction thereof in order to register to vote. So when we look at the proof of citizenship, it's simply not fair to point to any one of these documents in isolation and explain the reasons why some people might not have them, might never have had them, might have lost them, and why it's such a travesty that people will be disenfranchised without them unless they either spend money or spend days or weeks hunting down all the relevant documentation, because there are other easier ways to establish that. And if you've got ways of making it even easier while satisfying this demand, that we make sure that only those who are citizens are voting, let's bring them forward. It is curious, moreover, to get back to states, not just the states, in which they currently allow lawful votes to be cast in some local elections by known admitted non-citizens. But beyond that, there's a wide range of states, mostly with Democratic governors and or Democrat legislatures, that are refusing to cooperate at all with federal authorities to share anything about their voter registration files. to share the information to make sure that those voting in federal elections are in fact U.S. citizens. Now look, this is part of the cooperative federalism model that's built into the Constitution itself. There are certain responsibilities that belong to the United States government. And it is equally important to respect those powers that are distinctively, unavoidably, necessarily, and by the text and structure of the Constitution, federal. It's important to keep those in federal hands, just as it's important to reserve to the states the powers that are reserved to the states, not rendered federal and not prohibited to the states by the Constitution. Both are equally important to federalism. Bad things happen when we disrespect either. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, we have the power, it is our authority, and I believe it is our duty to set basic terms and conditions relevant specifically to these federal elections, elections for the U.S. House of Representatives, elections to the United States Senate. Those are, after all, federal races. And which government is it? The state or local level that ascertains and has records sufficient to establish, confirm, or refute citizenship? Well, it's this government. In fact, one of the very first provisions of Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, outlining federal powers, by outlining the powers granted to Congress, involves laws dealing with immigration, naturalization, and citizenship. It is this government. It is the only government in the United States. No one state has the capacity to do that, to establish or refute the existence of citizenship. So why would so many states that happen to be run by the Democratic Party refusing entirely to cooperate, to enter into memoranda of understanding, or otherwise cooperate with federal agencies whose job it is to go through and figure out who is and who is not a citizen for purposes of voting in federal elections? That, too, is another reason why we need the Save America Act, because this is chaos if we don't do that. If we don't do that, then our laws are dead letter. Our laws saying that only U.S. citizens may vote. And if a non-U.S. citizen votes in a federal election, he or she has committed a serious felony offense. Then people often point to the dearth, the paucity, the rarity of instances in which voter fraud, particularly voter fraud based on non-citizen voting, has been detected, charged, fully prosecuted, and resulted in a conviction. Yes, these are few. These are very, very few overall that have happened, and there are reasons why it is very few. When you have a system of laws in place, it makes it very easy to register to vote, even for those who might not be citizens. And it makes it impossible for a state to even inquire, even where actual doubts exist as to someone's citizenship. You make it almost impossible to detect and very, very difficult to prosecute. Voting is, moreover, something that happens in a finite time and place, and most of the time, by the time it all happens, the matter is moot. And so it can be difficult to move. This is why sometimes we'll compare this to when people say we don't need to put these procedures in place because it's already against the law for non-citizens to vote, therefore they don't vote, and that's why it's so rare. That's a little bit like saying we don't need laws that require liquor stores to make people show ID before they buy alcohol, because we already have laws prohibiting the sale of alcoholic beverages to children. We didn't have ID laws, record-keeping requirements in place for such things. That too.
All right, Senator Mike Lee continues to speak on the Senate floor for the Save America Act. We'll continue to check in right here, as always, on Lockdown from Fox, but it is a new hour here, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us on the host Mike page. Great to be with you. We're going to now continue to get updates on the war in Iran and some of the latest that it was initially expected maybe 50 to 75 billion, but the ask here is $200 billion.
Yeah, it's pretty astronomical, right? I mean, I think even back when the height of Iraq and Afghanistan, there's yearly supplementals that are $100 billion. I mean, there's a lot of money. But this course went out for 3 weeks, so $200 billion is pretty steep here. I mean, there's been various estimates by think tanks and former comptrollers that we're running, 11, 12, $20 billion so far. So I mean, the war is costing a lot of money. I mean, the munitions we're using are exquisite precision munitions that, some of the precision guided missiles are $2 to $5 million a pop. The Patriot interceptors are about $2 million a piece. And at least dozens of those have been fired off by the U.S. and Gulf allies. So the bill is going to be pretty steep to replace a lot of this equipment and just to keep ships at sea, troops fed, obviously, and housed overseas and things like that. It's going to be very expensive, but 3 weeks in, $200 billion is a big, big ask.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And let's also continue to talk about where we're at right now on the timeline. Of course, we heard earlier on, 4 to 5 weeks. President Trump has said over and over again that they are ahead of schedule. We hear that from CENTCOM. We hear that from the Department of Defense. So where do you think we are right now in these moving timelines?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is no timeline, right? I mean, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today said that we're ahead of schedule, but didn't offer exactly what any sort of schedule or time frame might be, which is hard to do in war. I mean, admittedly. But they're not offering really a strategic end game here, right? The administration is saying, well, regime change isn't really the end game, and but they hope it happens. They're giving a lot of tactical successes as kind of strategic indicators, ships sunk, missile emplacements hit, things like that. But we're not totally sure what the end or what victory will look like yet.
And let's also talk about the notion that there could be a possibility of boots on the ground for U.S. forces. Where are we at right now in that thinking, and what has the president been talking about?
Yeah, as we reported today, there are discussions in the Pentagon and the White House about sending a few thousand more troops to the region. That doesn't necessarily mean troops on the ground in Iran, right? These can be missile defense, logistic, things like that, but probably also some infantry, right? There's 2,200 Marines currently aboard the U.S. Navy and 2 other ships heading from the Pacific to the Middle East right now. Those Marines can do a variety of things. They can do air defense. They can seize small islands, the Iranian islands in the Gulf there. That would help open up the Strait of Hormuz. They can do ship interdictions, things like that. So there's a lot of things those Marines could do. They should arrive probably in about a week or so, it looks like.
And is the worry, too, that, as you continue, the Department of Defense continues to really crank out the levers here of war and the possibility of putting boots on the ground, is the notion there that it'd be harder to wrap up once again and really stick to those timelines that they talked about earlier?
Yeah, and putting troops on the ground is a whole new war. It's a very different operation. I mean, you can do airstrikes for weeks or months with little. I mean, there have obviously the U.S. refueling plane went down and killed 6 airmen. But once you put people on the ground, as we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan, it's a different war. Things happen, mistakes happen, population can rise up. I mean, it's a completely different operation than this is, and that's when you get into a long, grinding conflict that the president ran on years ago, saying he would not get the U.S. involved in.
We will definitely continue to take a look at all of the developments. We heard from President Trump earlier today. Sounds just a little bit later this evening. But Paul, great to have you on. Thanks so much for the insight and analysis. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Before we go to a 2-minute break, I do want to show you any questions that you have about the Iran war. We will have other experts and insight on, and we'll pass those questions along. So you can definitely stand the QR code top, and we'd love to see some of those questions and also pass those questions along. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back with more on Live Down from Fox.
That's okay, Mom. I understand. You had to step away, but you're back. You're back again. That's okay. Thank you for letting me know. You're back in the building again. That's playing. Okay. Yes, I am Miss G. I love that name, by the way. Yes, you are. You're in the building. Yep. Back in the chat. It's awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Your support is really helping me, so thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
The county says while they will not foreclose, the homeowners' issues aren't just going away. In a statement, the county says the underlying home enforcement cases remain active and fines will continue to accrue. While the county is disappointed that it was not able to pursue foreclosure as a means to bring relief to the community, it remains committed to doing all within its legal authority to bring the property into compliance with county code. And so far, the fines on the home are more than $200,000. It's unclear at this time if those fines will just keep piling up for years on end before any official action is taken. Reporting in Lamont County, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
And if you need some help, Fox 35 is here for you. If you have a story you want us to investigate, just send us an email to fox35news@fox.com. You can also connect with us on the Fox Local app. Just go to your settings and click on the Contact Us button there.
Coming up here on the News Edge at 6, love triangle
January 6th, and people in this body are hightailing it off this floor, barricading themselves in their office, as I did on the House side, looking for a weapon to protect themselves, as a mob, instigated by the president, crashed into this very floor. It sounds familiar to me. In the State of the Union, just a month ago, the president said, quote, "The only way that Democrats can get elected is if they cheat." Is that what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe? Do you believe that the only way that I'm here is because I cheated? Donald Trump won on the top of my ballot. Did I cheat to get here? Did he win his last election or no? Passing the SAVE Act will, quote, "guarantee the midterms for Republicans." Another thing he said. We're only here because you're doing his bidding and trying to pass a bill that he says will help him guarantee the elections. He says, quote, "we'll never lose a race. For 50 years, if this passes, we'll never lose a race." Does that sound like someone who actually gives a flying fig about actual democracy? Or does that sound like someone who's asking his boys to rig elections for him in November? Now, I was polite the last time the President of the United States did this. In 2020, I was one of those people who said, you know what, the President can't really mean this. Let's send letters. Let's talk about it politely on camera. I spoke with hearings. We asked the military what they were going to do if the President tried to steal the election.
Frankly, I and a lot of us on this floor had a failure of imagination for what this president would do. But I am not going to make that mistake again. Mr. President, I will close with this. The President of the United States has laid out what he believes for everyone to see. We have to believe the words he is telling us. The same president is now grinding the Senate to a halt by trying to pass a bill.
We are continuing to follow always with the latest developments on the Senate floor as this debate goes on. It has been happening for the last couple of days, and also it's expected. Fox News' Chad program saying that it could bleed into the weekend there, so we'll definitely keep an eye on it tonight and leading into tomorrow, no doubt about that. All right, our next story, a sad update to a missing Alabama student, Jimmy Gracie. His body has been found in the ocean off the beaches of Barcelona. For more on this, I want to go out to Fox 32 Chicago's Joni Long, because this individual was a resident of the Chicago suburb. Joni, Blake.
Yes, he lived here in Elmhurst, and he went to high school in Chicago. So there are families here in Chicago who are just heartbroken today over this latest development, this tragic development. The body found in Barcelona, Spain, has been identified as 20-year-old Jimmy Gracie, who was reported missing on Tuesday. People all over the world had contact with the family because it was shared on social media. Everyone trying to look for this young man, and now his body has been found. We have some video from Barcelona. Jimmy was last seen Tuesday morning leaving a bar with someone, and police and search crews traced his last movements, and then they put divers, boats in the water near that area. And then they recovered a body that matched Jimmy's.
Oh my gosh.
They found some personal effects in the water as well. Jimmy was a University of Alabama junior. He was on a spring break trip to visit friends studying abroad in Barcelona, and he didn't come back to the rental property. Police then reportedly found
That's so sad.
when they were making an arrest. Authorities used security camera video to look for him, and then a witness said that they saw Jimmy walking toward the water. A reporter in Barcelona told Fox 32 that this area is a popular tourist destination.
Parece ser que ahora todo apunta que podría ser un accidente.
It now appears that everything points to it possibly being an accident. The main line of investigation is currently focused on the sea, and it is suspected that Jimmy may have gone into the water after leaving the nightclub, since this club Choco is located right in front of the beach.
So it doesn't appear that there was foul play or that police are investigating that angle. The person that he was seen leaving with on a security camera, that person has not been identified. And the University of Alabama did issue...
All right, Mom, thank you for letting me know. Yes, I'll let you know. Thank you for letting me know. What the heck is going on with me? Okay, guys. Whoever's new here that's joining, thank you for joining me. I go live tomorrow again on Friday. Because today's Thursday. I don't go live on the weekends. I don't go live on Saturday and Sunday. I do go live every week because it's my job and it's part of my entrepreneur job. So I go live again tomorrow. So if you guys want to join me tomorrow, make sure that I go live on 1 p.m. to 7:59 p.m. Okay? Or 6. But thank you guys for joining me. Thank you, Mom, for joining me. Thank you, Soleil. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, everybody, and my whole entire family. I love you all. I love you. And thank you for joining me in this live. I'll be live tomorrow. Okay, thank you. God bless you all. I'm going to end the live now. Love you. Love you too very much. Bye.